be able to access it from YouTube if you like. It's going to be at youtube.com/@theshyhat, which is the channel name, which is my channel name rather. And we should be able to see it appear over here. Let me just load this up. Okay, so if you want to, you can access the stream from this live stream, which I'm going to provide to everybody in the chat. And if you're not already logged into your PicoCTF account, please log into the website now, because we're going to be starting the lesson and we're going to be solving more challenges over at the PicoCTF website. So let's go over to the presentation for today. This is HackerFrogs After School Linux Basics with PicoCTF Part 3. Hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the third intro to Linux OS operations workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following Linux commands. So we learned about a few different commands in the last workshop we did. First of all, we learned about the find command. The find command is used to search for files on the system. It can be used with many different arguments and flags to refine the search parameters. So if we wanted to look for files that fit certain parameters, we can use the find command. Okay, another command that we often use in Linux is the grep command. The grep command searches within the contents of files for specified strings. So we can use grep and we can look for a specific pattern inside of a file, and it's a very commonly used and very useful command. It's commonly used to pick out specific words or phrases. So we learned about the make directory command. Sometimes we call it the make dir command. It's used to create new directories in the current directory. The syntax for the command is as follows. It's mkdir space and then the name of the directory you want to create. All right, so that's make directory. We also talked about the rm command, which is used to delete files. It's used to delete files or directories, but deleting directories requires the use of the -r flag. For example, here we're doing delete on a directory called first find, so we have to use the -r flag over here. So everybody, let's continue where we left off, and let's solve this challenge over here. It's called What's a Netcat, and it's at PicoCTF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everybody the link for this challenge over here. But before we do that, we should probably open up our PicoCTF web shell, because PicoCTF has a Linux environment that we can work within. All you need to do is go over to the PicoCTF website. And after you're logged in, you want to go over to the practice link over here. So just click on practice, and then you should see all these different challenges over here. As well, you should see the web shell button right here, and the web shell button is going to let you access the web shell. So go ahead and click on that, and then you should see that this kind of output appears. After this appears, what you can do is you can put this in its own browser tab, and that's what we want to do because we want to make the web shell nice and big. So we need to click on this button right here, which is called Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So when we click on that, that's going to put the web shell in its own browser tab, which is what we want. Sometimes this won't work the first time that we click on it. So we might have to try this process a couple of times to open up our web shell in the separate web browser tab. So this doesn't seem to be working, so we're going to close this tab, and then we're going to click on the web shell again, and then we're going to click on Pop Out Web Shell Terminal again. So it doesn't seem to like to work the first time that we click on this, but the second time we click on it, it should work. If it doesn't work after 3 tries, then you're having some bad luck. But just keep on trying, and eventually you should be able to open up the web shell nice and big inside of the web browser tab, just like this. Okay, so if you manage to open up your web shell, please let me know that you've done so by typing web shell up smiley face. Or at least I think this is a smiley face. All right, and then we can go on to our first challenge. If you need some more time to log in and open up your web shell, then please let me know because we don't want anybody to be left behind. All right, so the What's a Netcat challenge. So I'm gonna leave a link in the chat, and this GitHub website over this GitHub page over here has all of the challenges that we're doing today, and it can be located over here. We're doing the Netcat What's a Netcat challenge first. I'm going to copy the link and put it in the chat. And if you're interested in that over at YouTube, then you can access it from here as well. Okay. All right. So over at PicoCTF, we're going to paste in the What's a Netcat challenge. And the description inside of the What's a Netcat challenge says, using Netcat, otherwise known as NC, is going to be pretty important. Can you connect to this server over here at this port to get the flag? So what we need to do is we need to use another program to contact this remote server over here on this networking port to get the flag. But what is this Netcat program? So let's explain what the Netcat program what the Netcat program is. So we're talking about the Netcat. Sometimes it's just called NC. It's a versatile computer networking program. And one common use of Netcat with PicoCTF challenges is to connect to non-standard services on remote servers. So when we talk about remote servers, it just basically means a computer that's hooked up to the internet that is not our own computer. And when we're talking about networking ports, those are like basically like little addresses that we can access services from. Okay? So the syntax for using Netcat to connect to a remote server on a specific port is as follows. We're going to do NC, which stands for Netcat, and then the IP address or domain, and then the port number. For example, in this challenge, we would use this command. It's NC, and then jupiter.challenges.picoctf.org, and then this port number right here. So what we can do is we can go back to the challenge description over here, and we can copy this right here. So this is the information we need to connect to the server using Netcat. So just highlight all of this, and then right-click and select Copy. After that, you want to go to your web shell, and it's probably disconnected because if you log in and you don't start typing, it's going to disconnect you. All you need to do is click into the web shell and then hit the Enter key to reconnect to it. Okay, so we've got a lot of stuff on the screen already. Remember that anytime you want to clear the screen inside of Linux, you just have to type the word clear and hit enter. And that's going to clear the screen and send your terminal back up to the top. So from here, what we want to do is we want to right click and select the paste option. So this is the server that we're going to contact right here, jupiter.challenges.picoctf.org. And the port number we want to contact is this one right here. We want to edit this a little bit because this isn't what the netcat command wants. What the netcat command wants is just going to be the server name here, and then a space, and then the port number. But at the front of the command, we need to type the letters NC for netcat. So the full command is NC space jupiter.challenges.picoctf.org space 41120. Okay? So after you have this already, what you can do is just hit enter, and this is going to execute the command, and netcat is going to contact this server on this port. Okay, so the message we get from the server is you're on your way to becoming the netcat master. And then we also get the flag over here. So all we need to do to finish the challenge is just highlight the flag content over here and then right click, copy, then go over to the challenge description. Inside of the challenge submission flag submission field, click into it, and then right click paste. And then click on submit flag, and we should be done. It should say, hooray, you solved this challenge, and then you're finished. All right, so if you successfully did that, please type in the chat, I netcatted the thing. Smiley face. Okay, so that was another command we used to connect to another computer using Linux. Awesome, awesome. I see user M has netcatted the thing. That's great. All right. So next we're going to learn about another important concept inside of Linux, and we're going to learn about this thing called command piping. And we're going to do that through another challenge called picoctf plumbing. I also see user T has also netcatted the thing. That's great to see, great to see. All right, let's go back to all of our links over here. And the plumbing challenge is over here. So I'm going to provide the plumbing challenge link in the chat. And what you want to do is go over to your picoctf website and paste in that link. And this is the plumbing challenge. So this says, sometimes you need to handle process data outside of a file. Can you find a way to keep the output from this program? Can you find a way to keep the output from this program and search for the flag? And then we've got another server and another port that we can contact using netcat. So this is going to be, we're going to be using the netcat program again to solve this challenge. So first, what you want to do is just copy all of this up until the number 7, but don't copy the period at the end. After that, you just need to right click and copy it. And then we're going to go over to our web shell. And the web shell over here, after this challenge, I think you can just hit the enter key. And oh, so this keeps us in here. All right, so remember, if at any time you get stuck inside of a program and you want to unstick yourself or like cancel out of the program, what you need to do is you need to use the Control-C keyboard shortcut. So hit Control on your keyboard and C at the same time. And you should see this symbol right here come up, and then you're going to see that your web shell can be used again. Okay? So what we're going to do next is we're going to paste in. This is the remote server address that we need to contact, and this is the port. So in order to use netcat to contact this server here, all we need to do is insert the nc command at the beginning of this line. So we just need to use our arrow keys to go to the front of the line. And if you know where the home and end keys on your keyboard are, you can use the home and end keys on your keyboard to go from the beginning and go to the beginning or the end of the line. The home key brings you to the beginning of the line, and the end key brings you to the end of the line. But you can also use the arrow keys as well. So just insert NC at the beginning and give a space. And we're going to complete this command. So it's NC space jupiter.challenges.picoctf.org 4427. So if we give this command over here, we're going to get all of this output. And all this output is, well, it's a bunch of junk. And if we were to look for a flag inside of all of this, it would be a big pain in the butt. But do you remember what command we can use to pick out a certain pattern out of some output? we used this command before to pick out the word Pico from the Pico CTF flag. Do you remember what program we use or what command? Okay, user M says wget. That's not quite it. Wget is used to download files, but we use that we use the wget command a lot as well. But it was one of the commands that we learned in the last class, and we used the find command. But in addition to the find command, we used another command to get certain words out of some output or out of some files. But it's okay if you don't remember. We're going to be talking about it in a little bit. So this is where command piping comes in. Remember, if you're stuck, you can just hit Control and C to get your terminal back, and we're just going to clear over here. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to do to solve this challenge. So we're going to talk about command piping now. So in Linux, command piping is the process of passing the output of one command into the input of a second command. So the command we're going to be using to grab the flag output, and remember, all the flags start with the word Pico CTF. So we're going to use the grep command, but we can't use the grep command directly with this output over here because we need to use netcat to contact the server first. So the first command here is netcat, and that's going to contact the server. And whatever comes back from this command, we're going to pipe that into the grep command, and we're going to search for a pattern. And all of this is achieved through the use of the Linux pipe character over here. So this is a very useful feature because it allows commands to be chained together to achieve a lot of flexible output. So when we use Linux, we use command piping all the time, and we just need to, if we want to move from one command into another command into another command, we can add a bunch of pipes to it. So this is how we're going to use command piping. So we're going to do the first command over here, which is labeled 1, and then we're going to add a pipe, which is labeled 2. And if you don't know where the pipe character is on your keyboard, it's the shifted version of the backspace on your keyboard. So on the keyboard, usually near the Enter key, there's going to be the backslash key, and if you do the shifted version of the backslash, you get the pipe character. And the third thing we include is the second command we're going to run, which is labeled number 3 over here. So let's do this command over here to solve the challenge. Let's go over to our web shell. Remember that you can do up and down on your keyboard to get the command history, and you can get all the different commands that you've run before by doing up and down to cycle through all the commands that you've used before. So this is the command we're looking for, nc jupyter.challenges.picoctf.org 4427. We're going to add on to this. We're going to add a space, and then we're going to add the pipe character. Remember, it's the shifted version of the backspace. After that, we're going to add the second command. The second command is grep, which pulls out different types of text, and we're going to provide the pattern we're looking for, which is the Pico text. So if there's a flag in there, it probably starts with the word Pico, and this is going to let us get the flag. So let's run this command, and it picks out the line with this pattern right here, Pico. So this is the flag right over here, and the flag is Pico CTF digital plumber something something. So all you need to do now is highlight the flag, right click it, copy, go over to the challenge page, and in the submission field, paste in your flag. You can right click and select paste, or you can use the Control V keyboard shortcut to paste in the flag, and then click on submit flag. Okay, and you should be finished the challenge. So if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did for this challenge, please let us know in the chat if you have any questions. But if you manage to finish the challenge, please type in the chat pipe flag smiley face. Okay, let's move on. So just a little bit more. So what this does is it runs the netcat command, and the output of the netcat command is passed to the grep command, which searches the output for the pico string. And the way we do that is with the pipe character over here. All right, so user T has finished the challenge. Great to see. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to learn about another important thing for cybersecurity education, and that's about some encoding. So encoding is basically taking some information and turning it into another form of information. It's this is something that we're going to be talking about a lot going forward. So we're going to be completing this challenge called bases. All right, and user M is also finished the challenge. Thank you very much. Great to see. Okay, so the next challenge is called bases, and we can access it from here. I'm pasting the link in the chat. Okay, so here the description says, "What does?" Oh, excuse me. I need to take a sip of water. Just a second. The description says, "What does this mean?" I think it has something to do with bases. So what we can see here is there's a string. There's a string right here. A string is basically some text, and what this is some information that's been encoded. So encoding means that you take some original information and then you turn it into another type of information. And what this is this is a string that's been transformed using the base64 codec, or the base64 encoding scheme. Let's talk about what that is. So we're going to be talking about the base64 command, which is a Linux command we can use to use the base64 encoding scheme. And what it does is that it encodes or decodes data according to the base64 encoding scheme. It is often used to convert data for transmission across computer networks. So basically, whatever information we have, we can transform it using the base64 encoding scheme. And the reason why this is called base64 is because there are 64 symbols inside of this encoding format. So we've got all of the uppercase letters, all of the lowercase letters, all of the numbers, and a couple of symbols like the plus and the slash symbol. So the characters used in base64 encoding are shown here. Note that all base64 encoded strings must consist of a number of characters that is divisible by 4. So one way we can tell that we're looking at a base64 encoded string is that the number of characters in the string is going to be divisible by 4. So if we take a look at this string over here, let me count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this character is the number of characters is evenly divisible by 4. So that's a good indication that this is a base64 encoded string. User M says, so like 5. I'm not sure what you mean by that message. Could you clarify? So another reason why we suspect that this is a base64 encoded string is because it's got the requisite numbers and letters. So it's got lowercase letters, uppercase letters, and numbers, and that all falls into that kind of scheme. Okay. All right. So we have we have another student joining us. So user I, if we could ask, we're just learning about some encoding right now, and user M says, I meant that since it has 20 characters, that is divided by 4 is 5. Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't. So it doesn't matter that there are 20 characters. The only thing that matters is that, well, it is important that it's 20 characters because 20 is divisible by 4. So if it's divisible by 4, that means that it qualifies as a base64 string. But yeah, we just care that the number of characters is divisible by 4. All right. So let's go over. I think we've got a couple more things to talk about. So in the cases where the encoded string is not divisible by 4, the encoding process will pad out the string with equal symbols until the string is divisible by 4. So here we've got an example of transforming this word password into base64. And when the password word is transformed into base64, there aren't enough characters to be divisible by 4, so we're going to add this equal symbol here. So we add a number of equal symbols until it's equally divisible by 4. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and because there isn't a fourth one, we add the equal symbol here. So you can actually test this out. So over at your web shell, just hit and we have to hit Control C to get out of here. And to user JC, if you could just log into your picoctf web shell, that would be great. If you don't remember how, I can demonstrate for you, but please let us know in the chat. All right, so what we can do in the web shell is we can do echo, and echo is basically going to output whatever you type into it. We're going to put a word between the echo over here.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get it.
And from YouTube we have Zohaib. Zohaib, hello, long time no see. I'm just having a lesson right now about Linux. So if I'm a bit slow to reply to your messages, that's why. So we're going to echo password, and what we're going to do if we just do this by itself, we just get the word password back. But what we can do is we can encode it using base64 by using the pipe. So we just pipe it out, and we just add the pipe, and then we add the base64 command. And when we do that, we get the base64 version of the word password. And what we can do is we can transform this back. So we echo password, and then we pipe, and then we use the base64 command, and then we can add another pipe, and then we can do base64 with the -d flag, and this is going to decode. So what this does is it takes password, and then it encodes it using base64, and then it does decoding from base64 in the third command here. So if we run that, then we just get the word password back. All right. So how is this relevant to the challenge? So in the challenge, and if you don't have the link for the challenge, I'm going to provide the link for the challenge one more time in the chat for the new students who arrived late. It says, what does this mean? I think it has something to do with bases. So to complete the challenge, what we're going to do is highlight this. So we're going to be careful to highlight just until the end of the 1. So it's just these characters, and then we copy it. And then what we need to do is we need to go over to our web shell, and we're going to type the word echo. So just like this other process right here where we turned password into a base64 string, we're going to echo out the string from the challenge, and then we're going to pipe that into base64 decode. So it's echo, and then this thing, and then pipe, and then base64, and then -d. So when we run that, we should get our flag. Okay? So the flag over here is called learn the ropes. So we just need to highlight this. So does anybody see something that might be wrong with this flag over here? It's missing something. Does anybody know what it's missing? Okay, user M says it's missing Pico. So remember that, so let's just copy this. We're going to copy this and we're going to paste it. So first copy that and then paste this in. So every picoctf flag has to be in a specific format. And that format is picoctf. So pico is small letters, CTF is big letters. And then we need to put this between some curly brackets. So the curly bracket on your keyboard is the same key as the square bracket. You just need to shift and then hit the square bracket button, and that'll create the curly bracket. And we need to do a pair of curly brackets. So this is what it would look like in the proper picoctf format. So after you add all of this, just copy the flag, then go over to the picoctf challenge page, paste in the flag, and then click on Submit Flag. And then you're finished. Okay, so if you have any questions about what we did for that challenge, please let us know in the chat. But if you managed to finish the challenge, please type in the chat, "It's so based." Smiley face. All right, awesome. User M has completed the challenge. Great to see, great to see. Also, user T, great, awesome. Okay, so we're going to complete one more challenge, and what this challenge is going to do is it's going to blend the two challenges, blend the two new concepts we learned in today's class. So, okay, so this is explaining what we did in the last challenge. So we've got the echo command, and then we've got the base64 string, and then the pipe, and then we've got base64 the command, and the -d for decode. So we can actually practice a little bit more. So anything you want. So for example, if we wanted to, oh, why is this file here? I'm going to delete it. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate how we can create a file right now, okay? So what we can do is we can use the word echo, the command echo that basically echoes stuff back to us, and we can put in, we can type some words. So, and when we type some words, we're going to put it inside of these double quotes, okay? And we're going to type is my name is your name. I'm just going to type the shy hat. You can put in your own name if you want. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this echo output into another file. And we can do so with this character right here. This is the greater than character. And we're going to create a new file with this greater than character. And it's going to be called test.txt. So we're going to take this message, my name is something, and we're going to do greater than, and then we're going to put it into test.txt. So when we give that command, and remember when you do this echo command, please put whatever you want to put in between these double quotes. And then you're going to see this test.txt file over here. If you read that file using cat, you're going to see exactly the message that you typed into the echo command over here. And what we can do is we can turn this into base64 with the base64 command. So we just type base64 and then the name of the file we want to turn into base64, which is this one right here, test.txt. So when we do that, we get a base64 string, just like this. So what we can do is we can actually turn this back into the original message by highlighting this and copying it, and then we do echo, and then paste in this string, and we can pipe it to base64 decode. And then you should get your original message back. All right. So let's so if you manage to do that, you can type in the chat secret messages. So with that done, let's move on to the last challenge of the day, okay? So the last challenge is this challenge over here called repetitions. Awesome, we've got some secret messages from user M, thank you. Oh, and also from user T. Okay, so the repetitions challenge is in the chat. If you want to click on that and start the challenge. Okay. So what is this challenge here? So it says, can you make sense of this file? Download the file here. So this is a challenge where we have to download a file. So if you remember, what we need to do is we need to highlight the link and then right click and then select copy link. So after that, we can go over to our web shell, and then we're going to clear our terminal. We're going to make a little directory to solve this challenge in. So we're going to make directory, and this one is called repetitions. So make that directory and then enter the directory. Remember that after you start typing the name of the directory, you can hit tab to autocomplete it. And then from there, we're going to download the file. And does anybody remember which command we use to download files? User M has it right. It's the wget command. So wget is going to let you download files. We just need to do wget and then space, and then right click and paste in the file address, and then hit enter. And that's going to download the file. So this file is called enc for encoded underscore flag. So if we cat out the flag, so cat this file, cat space enc underscore flag, we're going to see a bunch of characters over here. So what? So one thing that we can determine when we're looking at a string, we might suspect that it's base64 encoded string because it's got these certain characters over here. So uppercase letters, lowercase letters, but especially these equal signs at the end. Because remember, if the number of characters is not equal to something that is divisible by 4, it's going to add these equal signs at the end. So if you see a bunch of uppercase, lowercase letters, and numbers, and then you see some equal signs at the end, that's an obvious sign that this might be a base64 encoded string. So does anybody know what command we use to decode this? So what command do we do to decode it, and which additional little bit do we add to the end of the command to decode? Do you remember? Okay, user M says echo and base64. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could use echo in base64, but because this is a file, we don't need to use the echo command to put all this stuff out. We can just use the base64 command. But before we do that, I think there might be a little bit more. Let's see, where were we? Ah, okay. So I guess we don't have too much more to talk about. But before we finish, oh, I went to the wrong place. Hold on. Okay. So we can use base64 and then -d for decode, and then we can supply the name of the file that we need to decode, which is this one right here, enc_flag. So enc_flag, and if you're having trouble finding the underscore key on the keyboard, it's the shifted version of the minus key. So, oh, that's the base64 command. There's no such thing as just a base command. All right, so hit enter, base64 -d enc_flag. So this is what we get back when we decode from the from this file over here. What does this look like? What do you think this looks like? This string. Okay. User M asks if it's a link. So this is not necessarily a link, but this looks like more of this stuff right here, right? So when we decoded from base64, we see this, but this is more of the stuff above, right? It's the same kind of string. So what we need to do is we need to decode the thing that's decoded. So we can do that by doing base64, decode the flag, and then we can pipe it into more base64 decode. So we're going to add, so we can use up and down to get the previous commands. Get this command, base64, whoops, it's base64, not base. Okay. And we can add the pipe, and then we can add another base64 decode. So it's base64 -d encoded flag pipe base64 -d. So let's do that. And after we do that, we see more of this. So do you think this is base64 encoded? Do you think this is a base64 encoded string? So you probably don't want to you don't want to count up all these characters to make sure it's divisible by 4. But actually, I think another thing you can do if you see some suspicious stuff inside of a CTF challenge is that you can copy it, and then you can go over to ChatGPT. And in ChatGPT, you can ask, is this encoded or encrypted? And then paste in your string and then hit enter. And then ChatGPT will give you an answer. It says the string you provided seems to be encoded rather than encrypted, and it looks like it's encoded in base64 format due to the characteristic pattern of letters, numbers, and the use of the padding at the end. Well, there's no padding at the end. But to decode this, you can use a base64 decoder. Would you like me to attempt decoding that for you? So we don't need to ask ChatGPT to decode it for us. We can do it ourselves. And what we're going to do is we're going to add even more base64 decode. So we can get the last command. So we decoded it once, and we decoded it twice, and we're going to decode it a third time. So we're just going to add another pipe, another base64 -d, and then hit enter. And you'll notice that each time we're doing this base64 decode, that the string is getting shorter and shorter. So this one is 3 lines long, and this one is 2 lines long. So we keep on getting more base64 strings. So we just need to get the last command and add another base64 decode to it. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 base64 decodes. And then we get another base64 string. So we're going to add another base64 decode. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to add a 5th base64 decode. Okay, and now we only have 1 line of base64 string. So let's decode this one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decodes. And we're going to add a number 6. All right, user M has got it. So if you've got the flag, you can go ahead and submit the flag. All right, so we just need to decode this 6 times. And then we get this flag over here. So it's picoctf base64 nested decode and download or something like this. So just copy the link. Select. Copy the link and then go over to the challenge page and then paste in the link, click on submit flag, and that should be the end of the challenge. All right, so if you manage to finish the challenge, let everybody know in the chat by typing in decode, decode, decode. Smiley face. So one more thing I should point out is that we can actually decode base64 strings from a lot of different websites. So if you go over to any old Google search, so if we search Google for base64 decode, there's a bunch of different websites that can do base64 decoding for you. So you can just click on one of these. Here's one called base64decode.org. So if you click on that one, there's this web page where you can decode from base64 format. We just need to paste it into this window. So, oh, that's not it. Go back to your web shell and copy this or any of the base64 strings. Then go over to the website and paste it in. And then hit the decode button over here. And then you see that this has been decoded from this string over here. Okay, so I think there was a little bit about the echo command that that we skipped past. Okay, so we're talking about the echo command for a little bit. So the echo command is used to create output equal to whatever is supplied to it, and it can be used to supply input to another command through command piping. So echo is very important when we want to do command piping because it lets us provide input for other commands. So for example, this is an example of the echo command used to supply input to the base64 command. So user T has finished the challenge. Thank you very much. Great to see. So it's echo, and then we can echo whatever we want over here between the quotes, and then we pipe that into the base64 command, and that's going to give us a base64 string. User on YouTube, Zohaib asks, Are you using a virtual
Mr.
device,
Hackman, please be
Ubuntu?
excused from class.
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me?
Okay.
You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You did.
Have a great day.
Thank you very much for the redeem, Zohaib. Alright, so the echo command can also be used to create files containing the echo content by combining it with output redirection. For example, echo test and then greater than and then output.txt. That's going to create a new file called output.txt with the text command the text content test. Alright? And we also talked about output redirection. So what we can do is we can do a little bit more with this output redirection, and it's actually very useful for making files. So, okay. So we're finished with this challenge over here. So we might as well do some cleanup. So in order to clean up, what we're going to do is we're going to do cd by itself, which is going to bring us to our home directory. When you do pwd, you should be in your /home/ your username /picoctf directory. And in the directory is the repetitions directory. We can delete it by using the rm command. So it's rm-r and then repetitions. This is going to delete the directory. If you've got this test.txt file in here as well, you can delete that as well by using rm test.txt. All right. Okay, so I think it's about time for us to do the summary for today's lesson. Okay, everybody. So over here, let's review the Linux commands we learned in this workshop. So first of all, we learned about the netcat command. The netcat command is a versatile computer networking program, and one common use of netcat with the picoctf challenges is to connect to non-standard services on remote servers. So we used netcat to connect to a couple of remote servers in two of the challenges that we completed today. And we also learned about command piping. Command piping is the process of passing the output of one command into the input of a second command via use of the Linux pipe character. We also learned about base64. The base64 command encodes and decodes data according to the base64 encoding scheme. It is often used to convert data for transmission across computer networks. So one interesting thing about base64 is that we like to use base64 to convert files into the base64 format when we're going to send it across networks, because sometimes files have some unwanted bytes that can be corrupted if we don't transform them using base64 before we send them across networks. And we learned about the echo command. The echo command is used to create output equal to whatever is supplied to it. It can be used to supply input to another command through command piping. And we learned about output redirection. It's a feature in Linux that can be used to direct the output of commands and write that output into a file. So what's next? In the next Linux OS operations workshop, we'll keep learning about Linux commands through the picoctf platform. So everybody, before we finish the class, I'd like you to know that next Monday is Columbus Day in America. So we're not going to be doing a class on Monday because it's a holiday, and that means that the next class is going to be on Wednesday. So I hope everybody can have a great weekend, and if you like, maybe you can play around with some Linux on the weekend, and maybe play around with the JS Linux virtual machine if you have some free time. But yeah, the next class is going to be on Wednesday. We're going to be skipping the Monday session because of Columbus Day. But let's see. So we're going to finish out our class, and to the people on the YouTube stream, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going to a be right back screen while I finish the class with the students, and I'll be back in a little bit. Okay? See you in a little bit. Okay, we're back. All right, so I just finished the class for HackerFrogs, and there's going to be another class happening in about an hour or so. But for the next hour or so, we're going to be doing a couple of things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little walkthrough for a CTF machine that I've recently completed. User Zohaib asks, "Do I know what's happening with the Internet Archive?" I actually don't know what's happening with the Internet Archive. I hear that they're trying to bring down the Internet Archive, which would be a big problem. Let me do a little bit of research. So let's go over to Google and Internet Archive News. Okay, the Internet Archive has been hacked. Interesting. Okay, so let me, so this was 2 days ago. Hackers target Internet Archive in major data breach. All right, so let's take a look at this article. Okay, so this, I'm going to make this text nice and big so we can read it. Let's read. The Internet Archive, home to the Wayback Machine, fell victim to a significant cyber attack that compromised its authentication database and triggered a massive distributed denial of service attack, DDoS. This breach, which happened on September 18th, exposed personal information of approximately 31 million registered users. Wow, that's pretty bad. Okay, including email addresses, screen names, and bcrypt hashed passwords. The attack first came to light when visitors to archive.org encountered a JavaScript alert pop-up mockingly referencing the vulnerability of the Internet Archive and directing users to check Have I Been Pwned, a data breach notification service. Troy Hunt, Have I Been Pwned's founder, confirmed receiving a 6.4 gigabyte database from the threat actor, which appears to contain genuine Internet Archive user data. I didn't know that you needed to register to look at the Internet Archive. It's strange. Well, I mean, it's not strange. I just didn't know about that. Jason Meller, a vice president of product at 1Password and former chief security strategist at Mandiant, suggested on Forbes that attackers likely gained access to the backend infrastructure and obtained some control over web content delivery. The repeated website outages indicate the attackers may also have achieved dominance at the network layer. Brewster Kahle, digital librarian and group chair at the Internet Archive, confirmed the DDoS attack, website defacement via a JavaScript library, and the breach of user data. Okay, so that's I guess that is it. That's a really big problem. So Kahle started that the immediate actions were taken, including disabling the compromised JavaScript library, system cleanup, and security upgrades. He also later updated that the Internet Archive's data had not been corrupted. Services are currently stopped to upgrade internal systems, he later added on X. Okay. So it's back up. The pro-Palestinian hacktivist group Black Meta has claimed responsibility for the attacks. Okay, so that's the news. Thank you very much to Zohaib on YouTube for bringing this to our attention. And so, because we're moving on to a new thing in our stream, let's celebrate with some hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
All right, so right now what we're going to do is we're going to shift into a little walkthrough of a machine that I recently did on the VulnyX website, which you can locate over here. So it's vulnyx.com. I'll provide the link in the chat for everybody to take a look at. And the machine that we're going to cover is this one right here called Doctor. Okay, so let's, what we're going to do is we're going to bring up the machine on my virtual machine network. So let's start that up. So in order to do these challenges, what you need to do is download the VMs and put them on your own network along with an attacking machine that you want to use. For example, Kali Linux. It doesn't need to be Kali Linux, but that's just a very convenient thing to do. All right, so you see that the Doctor machine is located at on my network at 10.0.2.27. So that's what we're going to be using for an IP address. So let's begin the walkthrough now. Okay, everybody. So we're going to do the Doctor machine from the VulnyX website over here, and we've already deployed the vulnerable machine. What we're going to do is we're going to start with some Nmap scans. So over at our terminal, what we're going to do is we're going to do Nmap. So Nmap, and this machine is located at 10.0.2.27. And what we're going to do is we're going to run it in very verbose mode, and we're going to run it against all ports with -p-, and we're going to run it with 4 threads using -t4. So when we run this Nmap scan, we're going to get all of the ports that are open on this system. Okay, so because the two virtual machines, my Kali Linux machine and the Doctor virtual machine, are in the same network, Nmap scans are going to come back very, very quickly. And we see that these two ports are open, port 22 and port 80. So I like to run Nmap in cycles. So after the first cycle is done, the next thing we'd like to do is we'd like to run it against specific ports. So port 22 and port 80. And we like to run it with common scripts with -s capital C, and get version information with -s capital V, just like this. So we're going to run this additional Nmap scan. And then we will see that on port 22, it has OpenSSH, this version right here. I don't think OpenSSH is usually not vulnerable in and of itself unless the version being used is very, very old. I think 7.9 is relatively recent, but this other port over here, port 80, it's reporting that it has an Apache web server that is running on Debian. So that's the specific version, the specific type of Linux that is being used in this case. On this server, what we can do is we can take a look at some different links inside of this application. So we've got index.html, and we can hover around the other links. So index.html, we've got this department.html, we've got our blog. So we've got single-blog.html. We've got our elements and about page. So this is a very useful thing to do when you encounter stream broke. Default says stream broke. Did it break? Let me take a look at what's going on my YouTube page. Hold on. YouTube, the Shy Hat. Oh, it's still live. I think. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, it's good now. Okay, there was a glitch before. Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. If anything is breaking on stream, I don't know unless somebody tells me what's going on. Just lost like 30 seconds a minute or two ago. Oh, that's I hope everything's going okay now. But thank you very much for telling me. All right, so we're taking a look at the different web pages in this website. So most of the time when we do web page enumeration, we just like to get a sense for what's going on this web app by going manually navigating to all of the web pages on the website. So we've got this make an appointment form as well. We can fill this out. And for all these fields, we can just provide some fake information and then just hit confirm. Okay. So there some, I think there are definitely some suspicious web pages on this site. Just let me doctors, elements, about, blog, department. Let me grab my notes. The home and the contact page. Okay, we've got some different departments here as well. Oh, okay. Well, this is a lot of stuff over here. This is the elements page. So the last time I took a look at this, there was a link with some there was a link with some URL parameters in it, but I can't seem to be able to. Oh, okay. We've got a list of links down here as well. So these all go to the elements.html page. We've got blog. Oh, these all go to the same thing. I think what I wanted was the contact page. So where was it? Contact and then get in touch over here. So get in touch, we're going to put in some fake content, and we need to supply a valid email address here. Okay, and then send it. I guess we can't send it unless it's a sufficient length. Test, and then hit send. Does this actually go through? There was also the make appointment button over here. So make appointment, we're going to choose a date, choose a time, choose a department, choose a doctor, input a phone number, put a name, and put an email address. Okay, so here we've got a URL parameter, but the URL, I'm not sure what this URL parameter means. What we can do is we can do page equals index.html, contact.html, page equals, Okay, so another thing we can do is we can do a little bit of Nikto. And Nikto is a web app application vulnerability scanner. And we're going to scan against this page over here. Okay, so we've got a CSS directory and we've got an IMG directory. We could try checking out those two directories as well. So we've got CSS, and we have all of our CSS files over here. We can also try out the IMG directory. Okay. Another thing we could do when we're checking out a website is we can browse through all of the web pages using Burp Suite. So what we can do is we can start up Burp Suite, and we've got the free version of Burp Suite installed on Kali Linux over here. After that, we can go over to our proxy. Proxy intercept is off, that's what we want, and then we can open up the Burp browser. So after we've opened up the Burp browser, we can go over to the website itself. So it's HTTP 0227, and this is the DocMad website right here. What we're going to do is we're going to do some manual web page browsing over to the different web pages. Blog single, and we can go to the elements page, all of these different pages over here. And we can also go to the test form and submit something. Department, doctor, this, test, phone number, and email. So after we've done that, we arrive on this page where it looks like there's some sort of URL parameter being used here. But we could also try doing a little bit of directory busting, and we can do that by doing GoBuster. So GoBuster, we're going to look for some HTML pages, some PHP pages, and maybe some TXT pages. And we're going to use the big list. So it's going to be dirbuster and directory list 2.3 medium.txt and see if we can find anything. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different ones over here. So main, blog, about, elements, department. I think we hit all of these, but we might have to do some manual enumeration to take a look. Let's in the meantime, let's go over to Burp Suite, and in Burp Suite we can take a look at our HTTP history. So we go to the proxy HTTP history, and let's see. So inside of this HTTP history, it's going to record all of the different endpoints that we visited on this server. And it's also going to record some of this Google stuff over here. Not that it really matters. Okay, so we've got this page over here with the URL parameter. So contact.html, and then we've got something. Did we see the department? So we went to department. We also went to elements.html, blog.html, about. Did we hit all of those up? So department, blog. Let's do a little bit more investigation over here on this website. So home, This goes back to index. This goes back to index. This all goes back to index. Got our departments. These go to index. These all go back to index. Okay. So next, let's check out the department page. So on the department page, we've got these go back to department. These all also go back to department. Department home, department profile, department contact. And then there are the specific doctors. Do these actually go to different pages? Okay, these don't go back. These don't go to specific pages. And emergency contact, make an appointment. Okay, that was the department page. Next, we can take a look at the blog page. So the simpleblog.html. Oh, here we go. There's a search keyword function right here. Okay, so we're going to search for a keyword. We're going to search for tests. And let's see. There's a single blog. Zohaib asks, do you know what's happening with the Internet Archive website? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking?
But yeah, we just took a look at the at an article that was talking about the Internet Archive and how it got hacked. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Let's see. So these all go to separate blog articles. This goes to okay. We need to include a email address here. No? Okay. So that was the blog page. Next, let's take a look at the other blog page. So there's blog.html and single blog. So Zohaib says, watch Fireship videos about it. Well, I don't generally watch videos on stream, but thank you very much for the information. Okay. I wish I'd done some better report writing last time. Okay, so we've got these recent posts. These all go to the same place. We've got our tags. We've got our next post, previous post. We've got our comments. We've got our pages, pages elements. We've got all this stuff over here. We've got a bunch of JPEGs, boxes. Okay, so doesn't look like it's on the elements page here. Let's check out the about page. So this all goes down. These don't necessarily lead anywhere. We've got our emergency contact, make an appointment. That was the about page. Now we can move on to the doctors page. So we've got some different doctors here, but clicking on these bring us to separate pages. Profile, contact, home. Leet. Some flavor says Leet. Leet to you as well. And welcome to the stream. Let's do a little video redeem for you. And this one is called the bully bird. These are two birds. Well, there's one bird bullying the other bird, but it's but they're all very cute. Thank you very much. Some flavor. Okay, so it doesn't look like the relevant thing is over here, but we're just looking through all of these pages for some sort of URL parameter. I wish I'd kept better track of where that thing was. So doctors, contact. Okay, so contact over here. I think we're just going to fill this in with some default information and see where it gets us. And test@test.com. We're going to put in a subject, test, test, test. Send this off. This actually doesn't send anything. I guess we can try this make an appointment. We're going to select a date, select a time, select a doctor, select a department. Name is test, phone number is some random phone number. Email is test.test.com. Okay, so let's go back to our burp suite, and the burp suite should have collected all of these different endpoints that we want to. Over here, and we're looking for pages with parameters. So are there parameters in here? Contact process.php. I don't see any parameters in. Let me send this to the repeater. So in the repeater, we've got all this message over here, and we get a response over here. I don't see anything. I don't see any. I guess there are parameters in here because we sent a post request. That's why they're. But I'm looking for URL parameters in particular. So we've got. But there are no parameters in here. Where did I find that URL parameter? I did find one the last time I was taking a look at this box. Let's try. Was it in the doctor's page? Profile, contact. Make an appointment. This is so dumb. I actually have this on stream. I was looking at this on stream. You know what I should do? I should look at my own VOD because I solved this I solved this on stream like a few days ago. Let's look on YouTube. So over at YouTube, and it's okay to look at my own VODs because I made these VODs. So dumb, so dumb. Okay. Let's see. I think it was it might have been Monday. So that would have been Let's see, some VulnyX challenges over here. Okay, let me skip around. VulnyX Doctor. Yeah, this is Streamception. I'm watching my own VOD from when I was taking a look at this last time. So okay, so this was Doctor dash item. Where was it? Doctor dash item.php. Okay, so let's home. Wait, what what just happened there? Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me take a look at what page I'm looking at. So I click on doctors, and this really? Is this what happened? Hold on. Okay. I shouldn't say hold on so much. So on the website, I click on doctors, and this is it. This is the page with the this page right here has URL parameters. Why didn't I find this before? Okay. So the URL parameter is include equals something. So what we need to do is we need to test this for local file inclusion. So in order to test this for local file inclusion, we're going to feed this app some very specific output. So it's going to be dot dot slash 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 a bunch of times. And what we want to do is we want to establish if there is an etc. slash password file on this system. And we see that there is, which indicates that this app is vulnerable to local file inclusion through this parameter right here on doctor-item.php, and it's in this include parameter. Okay, so if we wanted to take a look at this in a more pretty form, we can actually take a look at the page source, and then make this nice and big. And we see here that this is the contents of the password file. Some flavor says it's that PHP var declare stuff. Yeah. This is so this is something that I'm not sure if this is a PHP specific kind of problem, but we see that among all of the users in here, there's this user, this specifically named user called admin. So the admin user in the web server system exists. And because we know that this user exists and that there is also local file inclusion vulnerability, what we can do is we can check and see if there are SSH keys in this admin user's directory inside of the web server. So what we can do is, instead of supplying local file inclusion to slash etc slash password, we're going to send the local file inclusion to slash home slash admin slash dot ssh slash id underscore rsa. And if the user has an SSH key, it's going to be located right here. So we send that local file inclusion string payload, and we actually get a key over here. So this is the admin user's SSH key. So because we knew that the name of the user on the system, we were able to enumerate and see if this SSH key existed on the system, and it does. So what we can do is we can copy the contents of this SSH key, and then we can create our own SSH key on our own system, which is the Kali Linux box. So here, I'm going to go into my temporary directory. Inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a file called id_rsa, and I'm going to paste in the value of the SSH key over here. So from here, we're going to save this out. So Control X to save, and we're going to save this ID RSA key. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try to SSH as the admin user into the server. Oh, wait. We have to use SSH with the -i argument and supply the name of the SSH key. But before we do that, we have to modify the permissions on the ID RSA key. Because SSH keys have to have very specific file permissions, we have to run the chmod program on the ID RSA key before we can use it. So chmod plus 600. 600 is going to give the proper file permissions to the ID RSA key, and that's going to make it appropriate for use with SSH. So after that, we're going to run SSH as admin on this box, but also include the ID RSA key. It's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. We're going to answer yes. And we're going to be asked for a passphrase for this key, ID RSA. We don't know it, so we can't supply it. So we're going to just cancel out of this. So because we don't know the passphrase for ID RSA, what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to crack it by using the John the Ripper password cracker. So in order to do this, we first have to convert the ID RSA file into a format that John the Ripper likes. And we can do that with the SSH to John tool. And we're going to create a file called admin.hash to feed to John the Ripper. So after we do this, we're going to see that the admin.hash file looks like this, and this is the password hash we're going to pass to John the Ripper. So we're going to clear, and then we're going to run John the Ripper against the admin.hash hash. And when we run John, we have to supply a word list, and the word list we're going to use is the rocku.txt word list. It's a very commonly used password list when you do password cracking or online brute forcing attacks. So we run John the Ripper to try to crack the ID RSA passphrase. And because I did this before, I have to delete the file. Let me look this up real quick. John the Ripper, delete history. Remove john.pot, which stores cracked passwords. .john. John.pot. Okay. So let me look this up real quick. So it should be in my home directory. And it should be in .john. Okay. So let me go over to .john. So john.pot. So I just need to delete this. John.pot. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. So we're going to use John the Ripper to try to crack the passphrase for the ID RSA key file, and we have the hash saved in admin.hash. So let's run this. And John the Ripper is running, and very quickly we see that the passphrase has been cracked, and it is unicorn. So this is the passphrase we need to use with the key in order to log into the system as the admin user. So let's do that. So it's SSH, whoops, SSH admin, and remember we have to supply the -i argument with ID RSA as the name of the key. It's going to ask us for the passphrase for ID RSA. It is unicorn because we found it using John the Ripper. And now we're logged in. Okay, so now that we're admin at doctor, what we need to do is we need to take a look at some permissions. So we can do sudo -l, and it says orden no encontrada. So I think this is Spanish, and it means command not found. So we can do all sorts of enumeration on this box. We can take a look at what is in the op directory. We can take a look at what's in the web directory. But so when we do our enumeration, the one thing that really sticks out in this case is that when we take a look at the etc password file, we see that there's write permissions on the etc password file, and that is that's very unusual, and it's also a method through which we can do privilege escalation, because the etc password file can be used, if it's writable, can be used to create new users, and we can create the new users with any amount of user access. So we can basically create new users with root level access. So there's this one article that that illustrates this very well, and it's over at so password Linux privilege escalation, and we're going to find it at this this website right here, editing/etc/password file for privilege escalation. So this is an article I've read several times over, and it gives us all the step-by-step details on how to do privilege escalation through editing the etc password file. So the first thing we need to do.
What are you?
I'm system root.
GX000 redeems I am root. Thank you very much. And welcome to the stream, GX000. We're just talking about how we can use the a writable etc password file to get root access. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a password using OpenSSL. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to run OpenSSL, and I'm going to create a password equal to password123. So this is going to create a password hash. And it says truncating password to 8 characters. So I can't make a password longer than 8 characters? Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to create a password called password. Okay, so this is the password hash for our new password. We need to supply this to our next command to create a new user, and the new user is going to have root privileges. So let me just grab my notes over here. Okay. So this is the command we're going to use to write to the etc password file, and we're going to write a new entry into that file. So I'm going to make a user called the shy hat, and I'm going to paste in my password hash, which is this. Paste it in. You will see here that we have this is essentially a user with root level access, as indicated by this over here. So when we add this to the etc password file, and then we switch users over to that user, the shy hat, switch over to the user we just created, Actually, before we do that, let's just take a look at the etc password file and see that the entry's been added. So this new user has been added, the shy hat, and with this password hash. Usually in the etc password file, there is no password hash. There's just this X, and the X indicates that the password hash is actually in the etc shadow file. But you can actually manually add password hashes to the etc password file to indicate a password hash. So let's switch users over to the new user, which I call the shy hat, and then it's going to ask for a password. We set the password as the word password. So after that, we see that we're logged in as root at doctor. So if we just ask who am I, we are root because the user that we created essentially has root access. So we become the root user when we become the new user. So that means we've rooted the system. So if we go over to the root directory, we see that the root.txt file is in here and we can read it. Out of respect for the organizers over at the VulnyX platform, they don't want people who are doing write-ups to reveal the flags. So I'm just going to say that I can read root.txt because I've got read access and we are root. As well, if we go over to the admin users home directory, there's this user.txt, and it's actually only readable by root. That's strange. Oh, no. It's readable by the admin user, but we're root, so we can read this as well. So we've collected both of these flags, and so we're finished. So how did we compromise this machine? So this machine had a website on it, and the website is over here. This particular endpoint right here, let me go back to it. This particular web endpoint right here, doctor item.php, has a parameter, and the parameter indicates which website is going to be loaded, and we use this to perform local file inclusion attacks on this web app. And by doing that, we were able to get the contents of the etc password list. And in the etc password list was this admin user. So we knew that this admin user exists. So we were able to get the home/admin SSH key over here. After we got the SSH key, we cracked the passphrase for the IDRSA key using John the Ripper, and then we were able to log in as the admin user using the IDRSA key. Once we were on the system, we determined that GX000 says Jeff the Ripper is so much better. Well, please tell me where I can use Jeff the Ripper. All right. But once we were on the system, we found that the etc password file was writable, and because it was writable, we were able to add basically add new users to the password file with root user privileges, and we were able to add that root user privilege user and then switch over to that account, and then we got root access to the machine. And if you enjoyed this challenge, then feel free to like and subscribe. Anyways, we're done. Thank you very much. All right, so that was the Doctor Challenge from VulnyX.com. If you want to access this challenge yourself, you can go to VulnyX.com. How's your day going, GX000? It was nice seeing you at the social event yesterday. I Julian Cabas has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Julian Cabas. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have in a couple of minutes we're going to have our HackerFrogs Python course. We're just going to start that one. And if you're here for HackerFrogs Python, please let us know in the chat. And we just know that if there are some students here already. GX00 says, busy day getting ready for my week off. Getting ready for your week off. Okay. Well, I mean, congratulations. Are you going to go anywhere special? Or are you going to do a staycation? So what we're going to do next is we're going to have our HackerFrogs Python, class, and then we're going to do more hacking against the VulnyX website. We're going to do a new challenge. It's going to be called Real. I think it's number 20 something over here. Nope. Where is it? It's this one right here. So I've got it downloaded. Actually, wait, I don't have it downloaded, so I should probably download it right now. But we're going to be doing that next. GX00 says studying for OSCP. Okay, that's what your week off is going to be. All right. Gaming 3000 on YouTube says, would you know why I am crashing while I try to connect to my Wi-Fi on Kali Linux? I've never connected to Wi-Fi using Kali Linux before, but are you running Kali Linux as a virtual machine, or are you running Kali Linux on bare metal on like a laptop or something? GX00 says it's probably bad network drivers. I'm not a network administrator, but GX00 probably has better instincts than I do for doing troubleshooting on this kind of stuff. Gaming 3000, if you could tell us if your Kali Linux machine is a virtual machine or on bare metal on like a laptop, or what the situation is. Okay, so Gaming 3000 says it's a virtual machine, but you're trying to access your Wi-Fi from your virtual machine. So this machine right here is a Kali Linux machine, but I've never tried to connect to Wi-Fi. I've always done the connection on Kali Linux as a NAT network. So I've never had to manually. Yeah, so it's just using a wired connection right now. It's using the same wired connection that my host machine is using. Gaming 3000 says, I did everything. It shows up on Wi-Fi. Well, we could try Googling around for some answers right now. And let's see, Kali Linux Wi-Fi not connecting. Brian O'Rourke says, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on? Okay. So why is my Kali Linux not connecting to Wi-Fi? Okay, there's a YouTube video over here. I'll copy the link and provide it in the chat. Gaming 3000, you could try taking a look at the YouTube video in that link, but there's commands to troubleshoot Wi-Fi issues on Kali Linux. Here's another video. I'll just keep on linking these in chat. In fact, there is just a bunch of them over here. Why is my Kali Linux not connecting to Wi-Fi? According to Google, Kali Linux may not recognize the wireless adapter in virtual environments like VMware or in VirtualBox. Using an external adapter can solve this common concern. GX00 says there are literally so many possible causes, and there's so very limited information provided. Well, I mean, I hope Gaming 3000 is able to resolve his issue, but there's a lot of stuff that you can try, and apparently there are a lot of answers out there on the internet if you do a little bit of Googling. Okay, so let me take this time to download my next challenge. So the next challenge is the real challenge over here. I'm going to download this and set it up on my network while we're waiting for the next HackerFrogs class to start. So it leads to a mega download link. I'm just going to download that. So this is about a gig. Gaming 3000 says, okay, can I still do an attack on Wi-Fi if I'm on Ethernet? Have a good night, y'all. That's not GX00 says that's not sus. Oh well, the you mean the mega link? Well, I mean I think it's hard to find free file hosting on the internet for. I think Mega might be free, but it might be free up to a certain point. Yeah, the Mega link. Yeah, exactly. But I think both the VulnyX website and the hackmyvm.eu website uses mega file links for their virtual machines. Mega has free and paid versions. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna try to install this next challenge onto my network before I start the next HackerFrogs class. So how many more hours of work do you have before you can clock out GX000? And let's do a fun video redeem right now because oh, you're done. That's great. This is drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
So GX00, if you want to stick around for a little while, I think if you wait about an hour, then we're going to be finished the HackerFrogs Python class, and then we're going to go back to hacking on the VulnyX website. But yeah, well, we're going to be doing some basic Python introductory course, and that's going to be in about a minute or so. But I haven't finished downloading my file. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to do the installation of the virtual machine after the class is over. Okay, so everybody, if you're here for the HackerFrogs After School Python class, please type in the chat and let us know. You can type something like, I want to learn Python. I want to learn Python. PogChamp. That way we know that people are here for the HackerFrogs Python programming class. Yeah, this file download is going really slow. But let me get ready for the class. Okay, so not using this, we're using Nico. Nico's here and is ready to learn Python. That's great. Okay, so let me just grab my session notes for this class. Oh no, I don't have session notes for this class. But what I do have is I've got my PDFs. So PDFs, this is for the intro, and this is for session number 1. Okay, everybody, GX00 says they don't want to learn Python. Well, you're in the right place. I mean, you're in the wrong place. Okay, so this is this, and this is the other one. Okay, so everybody, let's do a little presentation talking about what Python is. Yeah, okay, GX00 said, heard you say something about in an hour. Someone else was talking to me, I missed the point. So we're going to be finished with the HackerFrogs class in about an hour, and we're going to go back to hacking on the VulnyX website. So if you want to join in the fun hacking stuff, it's going to be happening at 6 o'clock local time for us. But all right, let's start the HackerFrogs Python basics intro over here. So HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This is the intro to Python programming. So what is programming? According to Wikipedia, computer programming is the process of performing a particular computation, or more generally, accomplishing a specific computing result, usually by designing and building an executable computer program. Put in broader terms, programming is the process of writing instructions for a computer to execute. The instructions can result in output as simple as printing the answer to a simple math equation or a word to the screen, or as complex as the latest video editing software, games, websites, or countless other pieces of software used in our daily lives. Many different programming languages are used for writing software, and each programming language has its own advantages and disadvantages for developing different types of software. So the programming language we will learn to use in these workshops is called Python. But why are we learning Python? There are a lot of programming languages out there, so why are we learning Python? We're going to go over 3 reasons. So number 1, Python is a very popular language with an active online community, so there's a lot of support for students. So basically, if you learn how to do Python, and if you're asking on the internet or somewhere else how to do something with Python, there's going to be a lot of people who also use Python, and they'll be able to answer your question. And because all these questions have been asked and answered over and over again, the answer to your question is very likely to be out there. Number 2, Python uses a syntax that is much closer to written English than other programming language, so it's easier to read and to understand. So there are some programming languages out there where it's very hard to read, and that makes it harder to learn. But Python uses syntax that looks kind of like English, so that makes it easier for beginners to pick up. And number 3, Python automates some tedious operations common to other programming languages such as memory management. So Python doesn't require users to keep track of program memory, which can be an advantage or a disadvantage depending on how you're looking at it. But for beginners, not having to worry about stuff like programming memory when they're writing their programs makes it a lot easier for them. Okay, so we're going to move on to the first Python programming workshop, which is over here. All right. So let's begin the first workshop to Intro Python Programming. So the first thing that every programmer learns when they're learning a new programming language is the Hello World program. And it's usually used as a first exercise. To complete our Hello World exercise, we're going to go over the Python print function first. So the Hello World program is very simply printing out the word Hello World using whatever programming language that you're trying to learn. Then we're going to be accomplishing this through the print function in Python. So this is the print function. And virtually all programming languages have some method of printing text to the screen, often referred to as the console, and in Python, the print function is the primary method of doing so. So this is an example of how you print to the console in Python. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a couple of online options for writing Python code, and we can go over to something like onlinepython.com. I think this is what it is. Right. And if you go over to onlinepython.com, there's a text edit. There's a code editor that you can use inside of the website. So we're going to make this nice and big. And one thing you'll notice when you arrive on this website is that there's already some code in in the window over here, what we need to do is we need to highlight this code and delete it. So just delete that code. And what we're going to do is we're going to play around with our own print functions over here. So before we do that, let's learn a little bit more about the print function. So to use the print function, we use the function name, which is print, and then a pair of parentheses, and then in case what we want printed in either single or double quotes between the parentheses. So basically, when you go over to a website like this to write some Python code, you want to use the word print, and then you want to include some parentheses, and then whatever you want printed by the Python program, you want to include in between some double quotes. So they can be single quotes or double quotes, but you have to keep it consistent. You can't use one single quote and one double quote. Basically, you got print, you got your parentheses, you have your quotes, and whatever you want printed, you're going to put between those quotes. So for example, my name is the Shy Hat, and that's my name, and that is my name. Okay, so we've got this little sentence over here, and I guess people might get mad if I don't capitalize. Okay, and I guess they'll get mad if I don't capitalize my name. All right, so we have this print function over here. We can run this, and then we're going to get some output at the end. So after we've finished creating our print statement, we can click on Run, and we see that this message appears. So this is exactly what we put between the double quotes inside of the print function. All right, so we can try some other things as well. We can adjust the text over here, and we can print "Hello World." I think the traditional "Hello World" is written like this. So it's print and then two parentheses on either end, and then two quotes on either end, and then your message. So if you hit the run button over here, then it's going to say "Hello World," and that's basically the Hello World program in a nutshell. So back at the presentation over here, another common use of the print function is to print the values of variables to the console. In this case, we simply input the name of the variable we want printed between the parentheses. So we're going to talk about variables in just a little bit, but everybody, I want you to try writing the Hello World program, which is basically printing out the word "Hello World" with this print function over here. If you're able to do so, please type in the chat "Hello World," and if you need any help, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to figure out what's going wrong. Okay. What I want you to do is try to create the Hello World program over at onlinepython.com. Just keep in mind that when you load up onlinepython.com, I'm going to reload the page here, that there's going to be some code already in place. So before you can start writing your own code, you need to highlight all the code over here and delete it. And then use the print function with some parentheses, and try doing it. If you did it using double quotes before, try writing it using single quotes this time. So it's a couple of single quotes, and then anything you want. I can print anything I want! Exclamation point. And then hit run, and you should see your message printed out to the console over here. All right, so let's go back. So that was the print function. The syntax for the print function requires parentheses to work properly. If you omit the parentheses, Python will display an error message when you run it. So if we go back over here and we try running the print function without the parentheses, we're going to get an error message. So here we're trying to use the print function without the parentheses. We click on run, and then there's a syntax error. So it says here, missing parentheses in call to print. Did you mean this print with the parentheses over here? So the interesting thing about Python is when it encounters an error, it tries to identify what kind of error is happening, and you can actually examine the error message and try to figure out what is going wrong with your code. And then you can, if you can identify the problem, then you can try to correct it. So once again, you can just correct this code by adding some parentheses and running it again. Okay. So also, if we print text, we have to use either single quotes or double quotes to wrap what we want to print. So we can print using these single quotes here, or we can print using these double quotes here. Either one is fine, but the interesting thing about using single quotes and double quotes to print strings is that if you want to use double quotes inside of your print, then you have to use single quotes. Let me demonstrate. So over here, say we want to print, I'm going to school, and we put single quotes here. So the problem is, because we have 3 single quotes on this line, is that Python is going to try to interpret this as the string, and then the rest of this stuff is going to cause an error. So if we try to print this, it says invalid syntax. So the problem here is we can't print this particular string because the string includes this single quote, otherwise known as an apostrophe. So what we can do about this is that we can encase this in double quotes instead. So if we wrap this in double quotes instead of single quotes, then we can print this. So we use double quotes. There's a single quote here, but it's fine. We click on run, and it says, I'm going to school. The other thing is that if we want to include double quotes, say that we're trying to include like a quote in our string, then we have to use single quotes on the end instead. So I'm going to put a single quote here and a single quote here. Maybe we're going to type the sentence like he said his name was John. So if we want to print it like this with some single quotes on the wrapping the print statement, then that's fine. But if instead we put double quotes around here, then I think there might be an error that's caused. Yeah. So this is invalid syntax because there are double quotes inside of double quotes, and Python doesn't like that. So let's go back. So let's learn, I don't think we need to, well, I guess we can. Let's go over to learnpython.org, and there's a section on here that teaches you all about the Hello World program. So let me just grab the link for this. learnpython.org. So this used to be the website I used extensively to teach Python, but it's got a couple of janky issues with it, so I don't really use it as much as I used to. But let's take a look at the website over here. Sometimes the website is not very responsive. Let me try one more time. LearnPython.org. Okay, so these are all of the. There's also a lot of ads on this website, so that's another reason why it's kind of not great, but it is free, so that's what I appreciate. So go ahead and navigate to this link over here. So if you see an ad come up, you can just click on close. And this is the section on Hello World. So the one thing that is really nice about LearnPython.org is that they have these Python interactive Python windows over here. So for example, on this page, they've got this print statement over here, and we can actually run this print statement. And the console is over here. So print, this line will be printed, we run it, and then we see the result over here. So the next section over here talks about indentation. So indentation isn't anything we need to pay attention to right now, but if you've learned other coding languages, just know that Python uses something called indentation or white space, and that replaces a concept in other programming languages that is that are like curly brackets to create code blocks. So down here at the exercise, the instructions here say use the print function to print the line "Hello World." So this is a good opportunity for you to test out whether or not you can perform the print function properly. So what I want you to do is I want you to try printing out "Hello World" using this console right here. So if you're able to do so, and you click on submit, and it says that congratulations, you completed the challenge, please type in the chat, "I hello world id," smiley face. But if you're having troubles, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to help you out with whatever problems you're having. Okay? So I'll go over the answer for this challenge in just a minute or so, but I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to solve the challenge by themselves. Okay, great to see. Great to see some people are hello worlding. That's great. So basically, all you need to do is just supply print the print statement with some quotes, single quotes, double quotes, and then type out "Hello World." I'm not too sure why the W in world is capitalized in this case, but to each their own. Click on submit, and then it should say "Great job." All right, so let's move on to our next concept for today's lesson. Okay, so we've got a little quiz. So what is the correct answer? When you use the print function to print text, should we use single quotes or double quotes? So the options are A, B, C, or D. So A, you should only use double quotes. B, you should only use single quotes. C, you can use either single quotes or double quotes. Or D, neither, you should use backticks. If you know the answer, please type in the chat A, B, C, or D as the answer. Okay, so we've got XD3Bug says the answer is C, and that indeed is the answer. So when you use the print function, you can use single quotes or double quotes. And Nico also says C. That's great. Okay, so we've got one more question for this section. What happens if you use the print function without parentheses? A, the print function will still work. B, an error message will appear at runtime. C, parentheses only affect whether or not there are parentheses in the output. Or D, none of the above. Which one do you think is the answer? What happens if you use the print function without the parentheses? So to answer this, we can actually go over to our online Python over here, and we can try using the print function without the parentheses. Okay, so B, print without parentheses, works in it works in Python 2. Yeah, that's true. That's true, but it doesn't work in Python 3. It does not work in Python 3. So this is something I actually didn't want to address because it's a bit confusing, but there are two versions of Python that are out there. There's Python version 2 and Python version 3. And Python version 2 is still out there, and you still see scripts and code written in Python version 2. And in Python version 2, you didn't need to use the parentheses. But we're talking about Python version 3, and the answer in this case is an error message is going to appear at runtime if you're using Python version 3. But thank you very much to XD3Bug for pointing that out. Okay, so let's talk about Part 2, variables. Virtually all programming languages use variables, which are storage locations associated with a specific name, as well as a value. Take the following as an example. So we've got the variable called my_name, and it's equal to the value, the shy hat, which is a string. So if we go over to online Python over here, we can actually declare a variable. Let's see, my_name, and it's going to be equal to the string, the shy hat, and the next line we're going to do print, and between the parentheses we're just going to provide the name of the variable, which is my name. So my name is equal to the string, the shy hat, and when we print the variable my name, we'll see that the shy hat is printed out because it's printing out the value of the my name variable. So you can try this out yourself. You can make your own my name variable. Just type out my_name and then the equal sign, and then between some single or double quotes, I want you to type out your name, and then on line 2, I want you to print, and then between the parentheses, my_name, just like the name of the variable up here. And then after that, click on Run, and see if your name, the value of the my name variable, is printed out or not. Okay? So just give that a try while we talk a little bit more about variables. Okay, so in this case, whenever we refer to my_name in the code, shy hat will be inserted there. So if the value is equal to the shy hat, rather, it's going to insert that in the code. So if we have the following code, my_name equals shy hat inside of these single quotes, and then we print my name between the parentheses, the output should be shy hat. So the real benefit of using variables in programming is that variables can be referenced multiple times in the same code, saving a lot of time and accounting while writing the code. In addition, variables can change value after they've been defined. So variables can change value after they've been defined. So we can go over to online Python over here. So here we've got my name, print my name. We can do my name a second time, and we can change it. And this time my name is going to be HackerFrogs. And then we can print a second time. So what this is going to do is it's going to print out the shy hat first, because that's the value when this is executed. And then we change the value of my name and print a second time. And the second time, HackerFrogs is going to print out because the value of the variable has changed between this print and this print. So if we click on run, then it's going to output the shy hat and then HackerFrogs because the value changed. Reassigned, right. I should use the word reassigned in this case. Thank you very much, XD3bug. The value of the variable has been reassigned. Okay, so for example, say we have an online store program where we sell televisions. So we've got, the program is going to have two variables. There's going to be a TV_price variable, which is the price of the television, and the current total variable, which keeps track of a total price of the user's shopping cart. So the two variables are set to 199.99 and 0, respectively. However, if a TV is purchased, then the total price variable is going to increase by a value equal to the TV price variable. So see the following code. TV price equals 199.99, current total equals 0, and then we take the current total, and it's going to be equal to the current total plus the TV price. So it's being increased. The current total is being increased by a value equal to the TV price, and when we print the current total, the output should be 199.99. So how should we name variables? So first of all, so the way we name variables in Python, we have to abide by a few different rules. Otherwise, we could run into some problems. So first of all, variable names should be as short as possible while still describing its value. So we can use a variable name such as a, but it doesn't tell anything about what kind of information is held in this variable. So we should name it something that's descriptive. Like if we've got we are HackerFrogs, we can call this variable something like HF_slogan, HackerFrog slogan, we are HackerFrogs. So the next thing, so letters like A and X are sometimes okay variable names, but most of the time variable names should be descriptive. So there is, the second thing we need to know about naming variables is that there's a list of keywords used in Python which cannot be used as variable names. Otherwise your program won't run. So for example, we can't use the word class and we can't use the word true as variable names because these are already keywords in Python. So if you try to use this, if you try to make a variable equal to this name or this name, you're going to encounter some problems when you try to run the program. So let's demonstrate. So over here, we're going to make a variable called class equals economics. So say we're trying to do like high school classes, and then we would print the variable class. This isn't going to work because the word class is already a reserved keyword inside of Python, so we can't do this. So this is there are some common words that are used. So XDG Bug says collections give me a headache. Yeah, well, so collections are, well, we're talking about lists and dictionaries and stuff. XDG Bug, I get the feeling that that you've done some you've got some experience doing coding and programming in a few different languages. That's my guess. But where were we? So there's a list of keywords used in Python you cannot use as variable names. So stuff like class and true, don't use those as variable names. Here's a short list of keywords that could be mistakenly used as variable names. Words such as and, assert, break, class, continue, else. These are all keyword names inside of Python, and you can't use them for variable name assignment. So what you could do instead is, to get around this restriction, we could prepend any name that we suspect could be a keyword with my underscore. For example, we could do my underscore class, economics, or my underscore true. Pineapple pizza is the best. So the next thing we're going to talk about is data types. Data types are attributes of data that tell the compiler or interpreter how to use the data. So basically, you need to be able to separate different types of data inside of programming languages. Otherwise, the program isn't going to know what it's supposed to do with that data. The data types covered in this workshop are as follows. So we're going to talk about 3 different data types in this session. We're going to talk about strings, we're going to talk about integers, and we're going to talk about floating point numbers. So the first thing is strings. These are non-numerical characters or combinations of numerical and non-numerical characters. For example, Mark Twain, password 123, caret. Basically, inside of Python, anything that's between some single quotes or some double quotes is interpreted as a string. The next thing that we're going to talk about is integers, otherwise known as ints. Strings are also known as the strs, I guess. But integers are whole numbers. So numbers without a decimal point, such as the number 1 or 255 or 1337. These are integers. And the other type of number is the floating point number, otherwise known as floats. These are numbers that are accurate to several decimal places. For example, 0.5 or 12.756 or 3.14 something something. I don't remember the digits for pi. But we have to keep in mind that there are these 3, well, today anyways. We're going to add on to the number of data types that we're talking about in future sessions. So the reason why data types are important is because computers do not inherently know how to interpret data. For example, if we have a program which calculates the average of all school grades, adds all the grades together, then divides the sum by the number of assignments, the program wouldn't work if it was given words instead of numbers for the grades. So if a program expects an integer or a float and instead you give it a string, then that program isn't going to work properly. So because there are data types, we can have the program check that that all of the grades are numbers in our previous grading program, and if there's a non-number in the input, we can inform the user that the program only accepts numbers for input and prompt the user to input another value. So there's a function inside of Python that we can use to check what kind of data type that we're dealing with. And this is known as the type function. So there's a handy function, type, in Python that can be used to check what data type a given object is. So we can demonstrate this over on the online Python website over here. So say we have my name. My name is equal to the shy hat. And we're going to try to check the type of data of the my name variable. So this is a function that checks my name and it's going to return the type of data which is inside of it. So if we run this, oh, we need to print this. We need to print this. Print, and then inside of print, we're going to put in these parentheses. So print parentheses, type parentheses, my name in the middle over here. And this is going to print out the result of the type function on my name. So if we run this, it's going to say class str, which means string. So we can also create another variable called myNumber. Actually, we're going to call this myInteger. MyInteger, and we're going to give it a value of 1337. And then on line 3, we can adjust this so that the type function instead runs on myInteger. Okay, and when we run this, it's going to say class int, which stands for integer. And we're going to do this one more time for my_float. And we're going to create a float number, which is any number with a decimal point. So I guess 3.14. Okay, and then we're going to run the type function on my_float. And then it says that it is class float. So this is what we mean by data types. Okay, so the last useful function we're going to learn is the input function, which can turn user input into a variable. So this is a fun function to use that we can use to get user input inside of our Python programs. So for example, we've got our code over here. So this favorite fruit variable is equal to the input function that asks the question, what is your favorite fruit? So when we run the program, this is going to appear, and it lets the users type in their own answer. And then we're going to print your favorite fruit is plus favorite fruit. So let's write this program now. So over at Online Python, so we're going to delete all of the previous code, and then we're going to create this favorite fav_fruit, just because favorite is a bit long. And we're going to make it equal to input, and this is a function. Then we're going to put inside of here. Inside of here, we're going to put the question that we're going to ask the user. What is your favorite fruit? Okay, and we're going to leave a trailing space over here just so there's a space in the input so it doesn't all get mushed together. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to print something. We're going to print your favorite fruit is, and then outside of the quotes, we're going to add the plus symbol to add something to the print statement, and then we're going to add the name of the variable, which is fav_fruit. Okay, so after we've finished writing this code, we can run it, and then it's going to ask us, what is your favorite fruit? And we can answer apples. So after we type in the word apples, we can hit enter. And then then the program prints out your favorite fruit is, and then it prints out the value of the favorite fruit variable here, which in my case is apples. We can run this again, and we can provide different answers. Oranges. And then it prints out your favorite fruit is oranges. Awesome. Okay. So if you have any questions about this particular function over here, please let us know in the chat. An interesting thing to note is that when you create a variable from this input function over here, it's going to save the variable as a string. So it's always going to be a string. So this, I mean, it doesn't matter right now, but later we're going to care that the input function creates strings. This is a typical example of prompting user input, and it can be used to assign variables. So we can actually create a bunch of different variables using the input function as well. So we could ask the user a bunch of different questions. maybe about their favorite fruit or how old they are, or what their name is, and you can save the result of the user input to different variables. So let's go over to the variables and types exercise over at learnpython.org. It is, if you have learnpython.org over here, what you can do is you can scroll down to the bottom of the web page, and then you can click on the next tutorial button over here. Okay, so let's go over the exercises in these boxes on this page. So over here it says numbers. It says to define a number, use the following syntax. So my int equals 7. So remember that in Python, we're going to call this my string. This over here, so this my int variable is an integer, but this string, my string, is equal to 7. The difference between these two is that this 7 is between some single quotes or double quotes, which makes it a string, but this number 7 over here without any quotes is considered an integer. And the reason is because in Python, these two are not the same. This is a different type of object than this object right here. Okay, next it says to define a floating point number, you can use one of the following notations. So, they're also teaching us about some other functions right now. We don't need to know about these functions necessarily right now. All we need to know is that when we create a number without any single or double quotes, and we include a decimal place, then it's automatically going to be considered a float, which is another type of number, which is not an integer, obviously. And we talk about the strings, and here it says that the strings are defined either with the single quote or double quotes. So anything that is between some single quotes or double quotes is going to be considered a string by Python. And there are some exceptions, but you don't have to worry about those. You just know that if you see something between some quotes, it's going to be considered a string by Python. And here, the difference between using single quotes and double quotes is that you can include single quotes if you're using double quotes, and if you're using double quotes, you can include the single quotes. Otherwise, if you try to include, well, we demonstrated that before. Okay, so this is an exercise. And wait, no, this is not the exercise. The exercise is at the bottom. Hold on. Okay, so we're talking about some simple operators. So we can use the plus symbol to add variables together. So for example, we've got 1 equal to the integer 1, 2 equals to the integer 2, and 3 equal to the variables 1 and 2. So it's going to take the values of 1 and 2, and then it's going to add them together. If we were to print this out, then it's going to give us the integer of 3, because that's these two values added together. So we also have two strings here, hello and world, and then another variable called hello world. XCG threw a bug. Thank you very much for redeeming the frog song. Thank you very much. So we've got these two strings over here, hello and world. We can add them together by defining a new variable called hello world equal to hello plus space plus world. So if we were to run this all, then we're going to print out this variable here and this variable here. So we've got the number 3 and we've got hello world. So assignments can be done on more than one variable simultaneously on the same line like this. So we see that we can actually create multiple variables in one line in the code. So we can assign A and B to the values 3 and 4, but we generally don't want to do this because it can become very what exactly is going on can become a bit confusing, especially if you're not if you don't add some comments to this kind of code. So, but just know that this kind of variable assignment is valid. Another thing we have to keep in mind is that mixing operators between strings and numbers is not supported. So we can't add strings to numbers and we can't add numbers to strings. So this isn't going to work. We've got the integers 1 and 2 and we've got the string hello. We can't add these together. If we try to do so, we're going to get an error. So it says so remember that Python is going to give you some information about why the error is occurring inside of the error message. So it says line 6. So you can identify where the error occurs, which is line 6 in the code. And it says type error, unsupported operand types for integer and string. So because we tried to run an operation on both an integer and a string, that's why the error message occurs. Okay, so we've got this exercise here. And the target of this exercise is to create a string, an integer, and a floating point number. The string should be named myString and should contain the word hello. The floating point number should be named myFloat and should contain the number 10.0, and the integer should be named myInt and should contain the number 20. So all we need to do to complete this challenge is to change the variable values to the proper ones indicated here and then click on submit. Okay? So I want you to give this a try, and after about a minute, I'll give you the solution to this, okay? So if you're able to complete this challenge and it says congratulations, you did it, you're an awesome person, please type in the chat, I assigned the variables smiley face. So all we need to do to finish this challenge is give the correct values to these three variables here, myString, myFloat, and myInt. So the first part says the first string should be named myString. It should contain the word hello. So for myString, we need to change the value from none to the word hello. Why? Change this to hello. All right, so xcdebug says sh myString equals the Chiat. Is that bash? That's I'm pretty sure. Is that going to work in Python? Just wondering. It does look like bash because you've got all those backticks. I assigned the variables. That's great, Nico. Thank you very much. All right. So for the second one, myFloat, we just need to make this the value 10.0. And for myInt, we just need to make this the number 20. So after that, just click on submit. And then it should say, great job. All right. xcdebug says, testing if Markdown works on Twitch. Oh, that's true. That is Markdown. Yeah, that's code. The three backticks starts a code block. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Awesome. Okay, so let's see what's next on the agenda. The variables and types quiz. So we've got some questions about variables and types. Please tell us which of the following about naming variables is true. So A, Python keywords, should never be used as variable names. B. Use single letter variable names x, y, a, b as much as possible. C. Variables that contain numbers should be named in uppercase letters, and variables with text should be named in lowercase letters. Or D. None of the above. Which one is correct about naming variables? The answer is A. Python keywords like class, def, true, false, none should never be used as variable names. Okay, so I think we've got one more question. And this one is, which of the following is not a Python data type? A. Strings. Letters or combinations of letters and numbers that are encased in single or double quotes. B. Integers, whole numbers such as 1, 1337, and 256. If put between quotes, they become strings. C. Floats, floating point numbers, numbers with decimal points such as 0.0, 5.285, and 3.16. Or HackerFrogs, folks who like hacking and live streams. Which one is not a Python data type? We've got strings, we've got integers, we've got floats, and we have HackerFrogs. Which one is not the Python data type? I want I want to choose D, but I don't. Okay. Well, the answer is not a Python data type. In this case is D, HackerFrogs, folks who like hacking and live streams. Okay. Well, that was let's do one more little exercise before we finish off today's workshop. We're going to be working inside of picoctf. So, okay, Nico Lee says the answer is D. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a challenge inside of picoctf, and we're going to work with a little bit of Python. And this one is challenge 250. Okay, let me grab that. Okay, so this is a challenge called runme.py. All right, so everybody, so we're going to be working inside of our Python web shells. So what we need to do before we do this challenge is we need to open up our Python web shells. So what you can do after you've logged into the Python, sorry, not Python web shells, it's picoctf web shell. What you want to do is you want to click on the web shell button after you've logged into the picoctf website. And that's going to start your web shell session. What we want to do is we want to click on this button called Pop Out Web Shell Terminal to put it in its own browser tab. Okay, so if this doesn't work for you at first, you can try again. You can close out the window and try again. So, right, where were we? So after you've logged into your picoctf web shell, I want you to clear the terminal, just because if you don't do that, it's going to log you out very soon. Then go back to your picoctf challenge, and that was challenge number 250. And this is the link for the challenge. Why is this not loading up for me? The picoctf website is going a little weird on me. Let me try reloading that. Okay. So one more time, the link for the challenge we want to do is over here. Okay. So the challenge description for this challenge says, run the runme.py script to get the flag. Download the script with your browser or with wget in the web shell. So we've got the script link over here. What we want to do is right-click on it and select Copy Link. Afterwards, you want to go over to your web shell and for some reason the web shell session stopped. So I'm going to try reloading it, reloading the web shell session. This seems to be there seems to be a bit of a problem. I'm going to close this out and try opening up the web shell again. So the PicoCTF website seems to be running kind of slow for me right now. I don't know if it's going to be running slow for the rest of you or not, but I'm not having very much success over here. If you're having trouble with your PicoCTF web shell, please let me know because I'd like to know that I'm not the only one, or maybe I am the only one. I'm not sure. Let me try reloading the page. Okay, so we reloaded the page. Let's try opening up the web shell. Okay, now it seems to be responding. Let's put it in its own. Okay, great. Okay, so after you've copied the link over here, so copy the link, go over to your web shell, and what you want to do is download the file using wget. So you just type in wget and then space, and then right-click and select paste. And that's going to paste in the file address, hit enter to download the file, and then you should see the runme.py file in your directory over here. Okay, so you can actually read what is inside of the runme.py file, and this is you're going to see some Python code in here. So cat space runme.py, hit enter. Okay, and so it just says it's a Python script which just prints the flag. So you've got a flag variable, and it's equal to this string right here, picoctf run sanity run, and it just does a print function with the flag variable as the value over here. So you can actually run this Python script by using the Python program inside of Linux. So just type Python and then space and then run me.py. So generally we just like to call this file extension py. So run this, and then you should see the flag for this challenge appear over here. All you need to do to complete the challenge is highlight the value of the flag over here, copy it, and then go over to the PicoCTF challenge description over here, and in the challenge submission field down here, click in, paste in the flag, and click on Submit Flag, and you're done. Okay, so everybody, if you manage to complete this challenge by running the runme.py file, please type in the chat, I ran Python on Linux, smiley face. If you are having any troubles with any of the commands, please let us know, and we'll try to help you out with any of the commands. Or if there's anything else that you need help with, please let us know. But otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to do the summary for today's class and finish up. So let's review the programming concepts we learned in this workshop. So we wrote the Hello World program in Python, which is the first program students write for any computer language. We learned how to use the Python print function, which prints information to the console and is common to almost all programs written in Python. We learned about programming variables, which are named storage locations, which hold specific values, which can be referenced multiple times in a program. We learned about data types, including strings, non-numeric text, integers, which are whole numbers, and floats, which are numbers that include decimal places. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Programming Workshop, we'll continue learning Python with the python.org website. We're also going to be doing some challenges inside of PicoCTF. And the new concepts we're going to be learning in next week's workshop is Python lists, list methods, and basic arithmetic operations. So everybody, so the next workshop is going to be okay, let me ask you a question. So to people who are here and who are students, next Monday is Columbus Day. Do you mind having a session on Columbus Day, or would you rather that we skip the session on Columbus Day and resume on Wednesday? Please type in the chat what you prefer, because I really think it's important that I get feedback from students on stuff like this. Would you like to do a session on Monday, which is Columbus Day, or would you rather do the next session on the Wednesday? But aside from that, if you want to learn more about Python, you can always go back to the learnpython.org website. There are actually a lot of different websites where you can learn about Python. And one of my favorite. Okay, so no, yeah, okay, we can definitely do the session on Monday if you don't mind doing it on a holiday, because I don't want to force people to learn on holidays if they don't want to. But if you wanted to learn more about Python, there are a couple of good courses, and we've got this. Or is it? Python Language Education Resources. So we've got this Columbus Day. What is that about? What is that about? It's an American holiday. I'm just going to leave this Reddit link over here with a bunch of Python language education resources. And if you want, you can take a look at the links in this thread over here on the HackerFrogs Reddit. And if you want to learn more about Python, you can certainly go to any one of these courses over here. But Columbus Day it celebrates the founding of the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. It's kind of controversial, but let me just look this up on Wikipedia really quickly. Columbus Day. Columbus Day is on this year. Columbus Day is on October 14th. So So since you guys don't mind, we'll do a session on Monday on Columbus Day. So we'll see you then. Until next time, have a great Columbus Day. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time. If you want to stick around for some hacking, we're going to be doing hacking on the VulnyX website, VulnyX. So Columbus Day is National Day in the Americas over here, and celebrates the anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas. So I actually don't know. I mean, I'm Canadian, so I don't know what actually happens on Columbus Day in America. But I should I should respect the holidays of my students, most of whom are in America. Anyways, Keck W. True. Okay. All right. So let's go over to some hacking today, and we're going to be hacking on this website right here, which is VulnyX. And this is a website that is kind of similar to other popular cybersecurity platforms like Vulnhub and hackmyvm.eu, which not too many people know about. It's basically a website where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and hack against them using by putting them on the same network as an attacking computer, like Kali Linux. We're going to be doing this challenge right here in the easy category, in the low category rather, and it's called Real. This is number 16 on the website, and we're going to be doing some hacking against this. But first of all, I need to download this file, and I think it's downloaded now. I just need to install it on my network. Just a second. Actually, I'm going to start playing some music because we're doing some hacking. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I'm going to play some music from one of my favorite video games, which is called Baba Is You. It's a great little, what do you call it? It's a game that has a lot of programming elements in it, and I don't know if you tried it out or not, but it's a great game and it has a great soundtrack. Let me just grab the music list from it. Baba Is You soundtrack. Let's play that music. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook up the sound to the music, and I would very much appreciate if you could tell me if the music is too loud or not. So let's. Okay. So please tell me if this music is too loud, or if it's not, or if it's okay. I get the feeling that it's too loud, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn down the volume. Okay. So okay, I got the music on here. Please. Oh, okay. So XD3Bug says it's okay for me. May I ask you, XD3Bug, what the meaning of your username is? Because I think it's interesting. XD3Bug. Not completely sure if it refers to some sort of malware or not. But yeah, if you don't mind me asking, what does that username mean? Okay for me. Okay, great. Good. All right, thank you. Let's see. I've got the real virtual machine, and I'm just going to install it on my network. If y'all have ever installed Kali Linux with virtual machines on your network, please let us know, because I'd like to know if you all have done stuff like this before. Let's see. VMs. Need to add to my VulnyX machines. So sorry about the downtime. I just need to do some technical stuff, and I'm going to import this machine into my network. Okay, so the machine is imported to my network. I just need to hook it up to the same network that my Kali machine is on. Okay, so I'm starting up the machine now. So Nicolee says, I installed it, but I haven't done much with it. Still learning about this. Okay, so this is the virtual machine starting up in my network here. Hopefully, okay. So The great thing about this machine is that it actually tells you what the IP address is on the startup screen here. So I know that this machine is at 10.0.2.28. So we're going to be starting from there. But yeah, Nico Lee, if you've ever you could try doing these challenges yourself. You can install Kali Linux on your as a virtual machine and then put it on the same network as machines like these ones by downloading these virtual machines and putting them on the same network. I think if you need help with doing stuff like that, let me know and maybe we can I can create a video that teaches people how to do that. But XD3Bug says it's a reference to the PHP debugger xdebug. Oh, okay. Oh, so I should be saying your name as xdebug. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, all right. Sorry for mispronouncing your name all this time. Okay, so this was the last machine that I was hacking against. I'm just going to get out of here. Okay, so we know that the machine is at 10.0.2.28. So we're going to start doing some scans against it. So first of all, so Nmap is software that we can use to enumerate remote hosts on our own network, or they don't need to be on our own network, but we can enumerate remote hosts using it. And generally what we like to do is we like to run it with these arguments. So we run it in very verbose mode, so we get a lot more output than we normally would. And then we run it with -p-, which is going to return all of the open port, which is going to scan every port on the system. We're going to run it with -t4, which is the speed at which we're going to conduct the scans. And in this case, it's quite fast, but not the fastest. And of course, we have to supply an IP address to scan against, in which case it's this machine that we just installed in the network. So when we run this, we're gonna, oh, there are quite a few ports. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different networking ports that are open on this target. So what we need to do is we need to scan again against these specific ports. So I'm going to run the same command that we did before, only I'm going to specify which ports I'm going to scan against. So 6667, 6697, and 8067. So XDebug says that this is a service scan. Yeah, I'm going to scan these services right here, and I'm going to, with Nmap, I'm going to run common scripts against these identified services, and I'm going to run the versioning information on these services to get exactly what version of the software is being used. So we see here that there's an IRC and IRC-SU. I've never dealt with IRC before, and this infi async. I've never encountered these services before, so this is going to be something new for me. So let's see what's going on with this system right here. Okay, so we did some additional scanning on the ports that we found. We've got port 22, which is SSH, and this is OpenSSH with this version. It's a relatively recent version of OpenSSH, so it's probably not vulnerable to any known exploit. We've got port 80, which is a web page. It's running with the Apache web server, and it's reports Debian. So we know that this is the type of Linux, which is probably being used by the underlying web server. Nikoli says that video would be great. I brought a refurbished laptop that runs Mint. I have Kali and a VM and looking to add others to the VM to test and learn. Been using other platforms to learn, but I like live instructions to learn. Yeah, so what you can do is if you have enough resources, you can try running multiple VMs in the same network and try having them communicate with each other. So you could put like a Kali. What you would do is you would create a Kali virtual machine, and then you would put another VM on the same network as the Kali virtual machine, and see if you can start scanning the other machine with the Kali machine. But yeah, you can do all sorts of fun stuff with virtual machine networks. And the great thing about virtual machines is that if you break them, you can just make a new one. It's not a really big deal. Okay. So the other 3 ports that we have on the system are 6667, which is reported as IRC, 6697, which is also IRC, and it reports Unreal IRC. I've never used this these services before. And port 8067, which is more Unreal IRCD. So in situations like this, I would probably go over to HackTricks, which is a hacking education resource. So HackerFrogs is located at this link right here. BF says, hello Frog, hello BF, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun redeem. This one is Go to Hack. This is from South Park.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl,
Yes.
you hear me? You got it.
Hack.
You got it.
Hack.
You did.
Have a great day.
BF, I hope you're having a great day over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's ask about IRC. So this is Unreal IRCD. The service is reported as IRC. Huh, there's nothing here for IRC. That's strange. Okay. So another thing we can do is we can start investigating the web page over here. So we can just take a look at the. Actually, what we can do is we can run a scan against the web page, and I like to use this Nikto web app vulnerability scanner because it usually picks up a lot of low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities if they're present, and the syntax for using it is quite simple. So I just like to run one of these scans whenever I find a web server with some websites and to see if there's anything vulnerable on them. So the other thing we can do is we can manually navigate to this website, and we can just copy the URL. Find and scan IRC services. Okay, so let's click on this link. BF says, I am just a junior sysadmin, but I want to learn more about security. I can already tell this will be a good place for that. Thanks. XDebug asks, can you use a domain name instead of an IP with Nikto? Yes, you can. If you've got, you can definitely supply a domain name instead of an IP address when you're using Nikto. But let's go over to this web page. This is an Apache default page, so I don't know if this is the right way in. Okay, so this is a default page for an Apache server, which means that there might not be anything on this website. So I'm going to take a look at the source code for this default page to see if there's anything interesting in the comments or anything. Otherwise, I might not investigate too much further. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything too interesting here. In the background, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a directory busting scan against this. So I like to use GoBuster, and GoBuster is a directory busting program, which is going to enumerate different directories depending on what I... Giglerino? Just subscribe. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Giglerino. That's a fun name to say. And so let's try looking for some PHP pages, some HTML pages, some TXT files on this web server over here. And let's try using the directory list 2.3 medium list. Okay. So what this is going to do is it's going to scan the web server at this IP address, and it's going to try to determine whether or not directories or files with the following extensions exist, which is PHP, HTML, and TXT, and it's going to compare against a very large list of common directory names. So let's try this. So we found index.html, not unusual. We've got a forbidden for .php and a forbidden for .html. Not too sure if we should investigate those or not, but let's go back to Hacktricks and take a look at whether or not they have some good advice for us on how to test against IRC. That was over here. Okay, so let me make this nice and big so we can read it. IRC was initially a plain text protocol, was assigned 194 TCP by IANA, commonly run on 667 TCP and similar ports to avoid not needing root privileges for operation. Okay. So a nickname is all that's needed to connect to a server. Following connection, the server performs a reverse DNS lookup for that user's IP. Users are divided into operators, who need a username and password for more access, and regular users. Operators have varying levels of privilege, with administrators at the top. Okay, so on our system, we see that, where are we? Xdebug says, love to see plain text. Huh. Okay. Let me do the nmap scan again, just so I can get the port numbers. So the port numbers are 667, 6697, and 8067. So these are the ports that were that are running IRC. Okay, so let's see, enumeration. So to do banner grabbing, we just need to netcat against the IP on the specific port, or we can do OpenSSL. IRC can support TLS. So let's try to do some banner grabbing with netcat. So we just need to do netcat with verbose and no DNS lookup. So netcat. Okay, and then the port number. Okay, so let's see what happens. Closing link, example, so this didn't let me in. Let's try the other port. So the other port was 6697. Okay. So it says looking up your host name. Couldn't resolve your host name using your IP address instead. So I'm just going to wait a little bit for the rest of this to come in, and then we can see if we can. I don't actually know what the IRC commands are, but I guess we could look that up on HackerFrogs over here. So here is how you can connect and access the IRC with some random nickname and then enumerate some interesting info. You can learn more about the commands of IRC here, and if you want to take a look at the page we're looking at right now, you can do so from this link right here. Connection with a random nickname, user, Okay, so let's just try this to see if we can give ourselves a random user name. Oh, okay. It timed me out. Let's try. Let's try the command that we got just after. Okay, so let's paste in this command and see if it does anything. So I don't get any response. What if I do this over here? Okay. I guess did it accept my commands? Then we can try version. So I don't think it's. I don't know if it's actually. Oh, we've got version information over here. So the version of this is Unreal 3.2.8.1. So this version of the software might be vulnerable to some sort of exploit. The name of this challenge over here is also called Real. So this might be a clue as to how we exploit this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search really quick. Actually, we can try search exploit. Version. How about help? Oh, so we can. Okay, so it is giving us. It is responding to our commands. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to go over to another tab, and I'm going to run search exploit, which might give us some information about this version of Unreal IRC something. What is it called? Unreal 3 something. Copy that. Okay, so it looks like we have exploits available for this exact version of Unreal IRC-D. So we've got backdoor command execution, which is a Metasploit module. We've got a remote downloader, and we've got local configuration Stack Overflow. So we haven't used Metasploit in a while. So maybe we should try doing some Metasploit. Okay, so in this case, it's called. Is it pwn? Well, I need to take a look at the module and see exactly what the module does. But it says command execution, so I'm assuming that we will be able to do like arbitrary command execution or remote command execution if we were able to get this exploit off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up my Metasploit framework console, and we're going to look for Unreal IRCD. Okay, is it up? Okay, so I'm going to clear, and then I'm going to search for this. Okay, so I think this is the exploit we're looking for. So Unreal IRCD, this version right here, backdoor command execution. So we can use this module. So we just use 0. And we are now at this exploit page. Show. I don't remember the commands for Metasploit anymore. Show options. Okay, yeah. So what is required to do this exploit? Show info. To view the full module info with the info or info-d command. I want to take a look at the info to see exactly what this module does. So it says here, this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the... There was a backdoor added to the download archive? This backdoor was present in the Unreal archive between November 2009 and June 12, 2010. Okay, so yeah, Xdebug says rhost and rport are required. That's usually, yeah, those are usually things that are required for these kind of exploits. Let's see. So I guess we should just show options. Show options. So we need to. There's the R port 6667, and this port is open. And we just need to import. We need to supply the IP address. So set our hosts, and it was 10.0.2.28. Okay, and I think we just need to use the command. What is it? Exploit. Exploit failed. A payload has not been selected. Okay, so we need to select a payload to go along with our exploit. Show payloads. Show payloads. Okay, we've got some different shells that we can create with this exploit, I guess. So I'm going to do a Unix reverse. Set payload 6. 6 is the Unix reverse. Reverse for the win. Well, I've never had too much success using bind shells, so that's why I default to reverse shell payloads. But there are some other reverse shell payloads as well. I guess there's a Telnet SSL one, there's a Perl one, there's a Ruby one. But I guess we should just try the generic one first. Okay, so let's try to exploit this then. We need to set the L host. Okay. Show options. Set L host. Okay. We need to set an L host and an L port. Alright. Set L port to 443 and set L host to 10.0.2.22. I think that's the IP address of my attacking system. Okay, let's run it now. Okay, we're connected, looking up the hostname, sending backdoor command. It's taking a while. Okay, I'll give it about 10 more seconds and I'll see if I can start doing commands. 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000. Okay, so who am I? No, I guess it's not going. Started reverse TCP double handler on this. Let me just check my own IP address. Yeah, didn't exploit completed, but no session was created. Okay, so you know, all is not lost. We've got a couple of more ports that we could try against. Where were we? So we've got these ports over here. We've got 667, 6667. We've got 6697 and 8067. Let me copy these just so I have them handy. Okay, then we go back to the Metasploit console and we set show options. Set our port to 6697. And let's try the exploit again. So previously we were running against port 6667. Now we're trying another port. We'll give this about a minute just so that it can work its magic. Otherwise we're just gonna get kicked out, I guess. So the other thing we could do is we could look up this exploit manually. So right here, go over to backdoor okay, and we've got a GitHub project over here, and we've got a Rapid7, which is basically the module that we're looking at right now. Let's go back over here. Exploit completed, but no session was created. Okay, so let's try the last port on the list, which is 8067. And let's try the exploit one more time. Okay, so let's see. So there's the backdoor on the GitHub project over here. This is a Python version of the Metasploit module. Okay, let's take a look. I know that this exploit is already well documented and easy to perform with the Metasploit module, but I wanted to work on my Python scripting knowledge. Let me know where the code can be improved upon, or if there's a completely different way to go about it that's better. But how do you do this manually? Let's see if there's another one over here. So this version contains a Trojan horse which allows remote attackers to execute arbitrary commands. Let's take a look. Okay, this is also a Python script. So usage, start a netcat listener on the listening host, execute the script and provide the following positional arguments. Target port, listener, listening port. Okay. Let's take a look back at the console. So it looks like the Metasploit module didn't work. Not completely sure why. Show advanced. Okay, so auto verify session, initiate run, reverse allow proxy. The path to the telnet executable. Okay, so I'm gonna try using the Python one of these Python scripts and see if it gets us any better results. Wait a minute, and the netcat listener should receive a reverse shell. All right, so let's take a look at the Python script. So this is argparse socket. Okay, so whenever you you're gonna run a Python script on one of your systems, you should make sure that there's no malicious code in the script. So this is all a bunch of. This all looks like a bunch of bash commands over here. Okay, I'm gonna copy the raw file, and then I'm going to go over to ChatGPT and I'm gonna have it check if it sees anything malicious in here. I want to run this script on my computer. Could it be malicious to my own system? And then paste in the code. The script you shared attempts to establish a connection with the target system, send a payload, and potentially open a reverse shell. Specifically, it connects to the specified target IP and port using a TCP connection. Alright, it sends a payload that includes a Perl command for setting up a reverse shell. The Perl command attempts to fork a process and connect to the provided listen IP, listen port. Potential risks. The payload establishes a reverse shell, meaning that if you can run this and connect to your system, it could unintentionally give the attacker access to your own machine if it's exploited improperly. Malicious use. Okay, forking process, safety concerns. If you run this on your own system and specify your machine as a target, it could potentially lead to unintended consequences like opening up a back door. Well, interesting. Alright, well, you know what, these are virtual machines that we're working with, so I'm okay with accepting this risk. So let's try it out. So so I'm in the temporary directory already. I'm going to create this, and I'm going to call it irc_pwn.py. And then we're going to paste in the script. No time like the present. Well, you know, we're here to hack. And okay, so let's save out this script, and then let's start up our netcat listener. So I'm just going to get out of here. Start up our netcat listener on port 443, and then let's see. So it's get rid of some of these files. Python irc_pwn.py. It's going to tell me that we need to do target port, listen port. Okay. So its target is, and the target port is 6667. The listen machine is 10.02.22, and the listening port is 443. Okay, so it ran the exploit. It doesn't seem to be connecting back to my... Wait, I got a connection! We're in! We're in! Hey! Who am I? I'm server. Okay, great. Alright, so... let's see. Yeah. What? We might have elevated privileges already. This is a very high user ID number. But yeah, we're in, so we have to celebrate by doing... I've got a little voice changer, and I can put on my best Batman voice and say that we're in. Hold on. Okay, voice changer.
This is my really deep voice, and I just need to say, we're in.
Okay, so hopefully that was a really deep voice and it sounded cool. If it didn't...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Notes by Nisha redeemed Hack the Planet. Yeah, we got in. And we're in the process of hacking the planet. Thank you very much, Notes by Nisha. How are you doing? Yeah. Are you having fun with your education, educational modules and stuff? I know that you're talking about doing a lot of what was it? Hack the Box Academy stuff. But yeah, we're in. Okay, let's find out which Python is on here. Which Python 3? Okay, there's Python 3. So we're going to stabilize our shell a little bit by import pty and then pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, awesome. Yeah, great to hear. Have you been I haven't been paying very much attention to the Huntress CTF, unfortunately. To anybody else who's out there who hasn't tried out the Huntress CTF, they're doing a month-long CTF challenge, a CTF event actually, and it's located Huntress CTF Games. So you can. So if you're not signed up for the event, you can join at this link over here. And if you're looking for a team, you can always join the HackerFrogs team. Just let me know. If you're on the same Discord server or Slack server as I am, you can go ahead and send me a message, and I can add you to the HackerFrogs team for the Huntress CTF event. But otherwise, let's I don't want to do this. Let's do some hacking. So let's do sudo l. We do not have the password for this user, so we're not going to be able to get our sudo l. Okay. We've got what directory are we in? We're in the okay. Man, this is a lot of stuff. Okay, so what? There might be usernames or passwords in this directory. Let's try using grep. So grep. What was it? Grep and then user, and then we're going to look in this directory. Okay, grep r user, this directory. Okay, so yes, xdebug says you have to use the capital R. So we've got, so these are users. Well, I mean, this actually isn't a very useful grep string. We should probably look for passwords. So it's like grep capital R. I wonder if capital R and small r are any different from each other. And we'll do password. Okay, so this There's just a lot of stuff here. So I might come back to this later if I don't find any other stuff anywhere else. So, oh, there's a configuration old file, but I don't have access to it. Okay, so let's just take a look at the permissions on the etc password file. Oh, why did I didn't want to cat it. Oh well. Okay, so there's a server user. And I think that's the only other user on the system with the login, just the server user. So we can go over to home server, and there's the user flag over here. I'm not going to read the user flag because they don't like people streaming flags out on this service, VulnyX. So what else? We've got our IRC directory over here. You know what? I could probably ask ChatGPT how IRC servers are configured, and it might be able to give us some good information. So in an IRC installation, where are usernames and passwords typically stored? Okay, configuration files. So .conf Unreal. Maybe I should look for files that are named Unreal. Yeah, that could be something. All right, so find /name Unreal. DevNull. Okay, so we've got all of the so home server IRC Unreal cd.conf. So I think we don't have access to this. But let's try reading it anyways. Oh, it's here. We can read it. Okay. I mean, I don't see any usernames and passwords. Are these valid, or are these are these default? But we're not after usernames right now. We're after passwords. Network name rocks.net. Okay. Oh, we've got a password. We've got a password. This is a password. Let me copy this into my notes. Moo cows rule my world. Alright, so where can we use this password? Jackpot. Well, we'll see. We'll see if this is legitimate or not. Okay, so let's just... Okay. So what can we do? Is that a frog? Is what a frog? Oh, yeah, no, I'm a frog. Yeah, bubblegum. Thank you. My avatar's a frog. It's hacking. So we're HackerFrogs. But thank you very much for chatting, bubblegum. And we're just doing some hacking against the server over here. Okay, so we can actually try doing sudo l now, because we might have a password for this account. So this is not the password for this account. Okay, so let's go over to the home directory. There's just a server. Well, we could try becoming root, and we could try Mookow's Rule My World for this. No, didn't work. Okay. I guess we could look for the set user ID binaries. I always forget what the command is to look for those set user ID binaries. So let's see, suid binary find. And let's get the find command for that. This one right here. Okay. Okay, so does anybody think that any of these set user ID binaries are suspicious? If you do, please type it in the chat. So what I like to do now is thank you very much to XDebug and Notes by Nisha for having being quick on the trigger. Let's see. What I like to do now is I like to feed this list to ChatGPT, and I ask it whether or not any of these can be exploited. So I'm just going to go to ChatGPT. This is a list of suid binaries. Are any of them unusual? Okay, it says one entry stands out as unusual. Okay. It says that sudo is an unusual suid binary. Having suid on sudo can be risky if misconfigured, as it might allow for unintended privilege escalation. Is this true? Okay, I'm gonna go to GTFO bins to take a look. So GTFO bins, and we can look for suid, and we can look for sudo from here. Actually, we should just go all the way down here. Well, there's no entry for sudo as far as suid is concerned, set user ID. So maybe that's not it. But what else do we have from ChatGPT? So let's see, this is associated with the device mapper crypt setup, a tool for managing encrypted devices. While not extremely common, it's often present on systems using encryption and generally isn't a vulnerability unless there's a bug. DM crypt get device. DM crypt get device. Okay, so I'm just going to look for DM crypt get device and SSH sign in. Hold on. SSH, what was it, key scan? Bubblegum asks, why don't you stream on Twitch? I am streaming on Twitch. If you go to the same username on Twitch, you'll find me streaming there right now. But what was it? Close this out. SSH key sign. It needs suid to read private keys. This is not unusual if this binary is still required in your specific environment. So maybe SSH key sign isn't vulnerable. SSH key sign is not. Okay. DM. I am almost dead FR is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following. I am almost dead, FR. Let's give you a fun redeem because I like playing these videos. These are some Stellar Jays. They're the cutest little birds that are super related to blue jays. Okay, John Wick says, is this evil GPT? No, this is regular ChatGPT. You can, I mean, unless you're asking ChatGPT to do some super malicious stuff like write shellcode. I don't think it'll help you write shellcode, and there's some other things that it won't help you do. But if you tell ChatGPT that you're doing CTF challenges, it'll usually be okay with giving you advice for stuff like this. But let's see, what else? DM crypt get device. Let me take a look. DM crypt get device. I don't think this one is vulnerable either. Yeah, nothing, no matches here. Okay, so I think what we should do is we should start looking for somewhere else. Let's take a look at networking connections. So we've got 8067, we've got 6697. These are the IRC ports over here. We've got port 22, port 80, port 68. I think port 68 is DHCP, so this is normal. This is normal stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the var. I'm going to go over to the web directory, and the web directory doesn't have anything unusual in it. Yeah, nothing here. Let's go into the op directory. Oh, there's something in the op directory. There's this file called task. So let's read this. Okay, so what is this? So it's a bash script, obviously. So it's running this function. And it is doing netcat. Let's toss this over to over to ChatGPT for an investigation. What does this script do? Okay, this bash script performs a basic connectivity check to the domain shelly.real.nix, and if successful, it initiates a reverse shell connection using netcat. What? Here's a breakdown of what the script does. Define a domain. The variable domain is set to shelly.real.nix, which is the target domain. Function check. The function performs the core task. It uses timeout1 bash c user ping count 1 domain to ping the domain for 1 second and check if it's reachable. Okay? If the ping is successful, it executes user bin. I don't know this command. No host up, netcat execute user bin sh domain on port 65,000. Okay, it uses netcat to initiate a reverse shell to the target domain on port 65,000. The user bin sh tells netcat to execute user bin sh shell on the remote server. No HUP ensures that the process continues running even if the script's parent process exits. Okay. The script exits after establishing the reverse shell or failing to connect. If the ping check fails, the script exits with a status of 1. Okay. So what we need to do here is we need to add our own attacker machine to the etc host file on the system. So let's check the file permissions on etc hosts. So it's writable. We can write to it. Okay, so this means we can get privilege escalation by taking advantage of this script. And I wonder how often this script runs. Okay, so that means what we need to do is PSPY. I'm not familiar with that command. What is PSPY? So let's read the etc host file first of all. Okay, so we just need to add our own. Jiglerino says, learning a lot. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you very much for being here. I'm here to learn and I'm here to teach. And if you can learn something by watching me fumble through these boxes, then I'm a happy person. All right, so what we need to do. So 1234 is real. And the domain that we need to assign is called. The domain is called shelly.real.nix. Shelly.real.nix. So PSPY. Oh, okay. Xdebug has a GitHub repository. Let me open that up. Unprivileged Linux process snooping. It's a command line tool that snoops on processes without the need for root permissions. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is how we could tell if there are any. Gotcha. I understand. Okay. Let's take a look at what processes are running on the system right now. How often processes run? Okay. So yeah. That's kind of like how you can determine if there are cron jobs when you can't enumerate if there's anything happening, right? If we don't have the proper permissions to take a look at that kind of stuff. So right. Okay. But I don't see. Well, I mean, it has to be running on a pretty regular basis. Otherwise, why would they include this script on the box? It seems like a really crummy thing to do if you made that a rabbit hole. But okay, so let me take a look at. Whoops, we can't do tab autocomplete. Okay, so shelly.real.nix. So I think it's we're gonna echo out my own IP address, and then we're gonna call this shelly.real.nix. And we're going to redirect that into etc hosts like this. Okay, and now we're going to open up. What we need to do is we need to create a listener, on port, what was it, 65,000? Like this, right? And let's take a look. Yeah. Oh, we got a connection. Who am I? I'm Root. Jeez. Okay. All right. I guess we can redeem our Root. I am Root.
What are you?
I'm System Root.
Okay, so we did it. We did it, everybody. We go into the root directory. We use this root.txt file in here. The organizers over at VulnyX have asked people who do write-ups not to read the flags on live streams or in write-ups. So I can't read the root.txt flag, but I'm root and I have access to the root.txt file, so I have compromised the system. Yay! All right. So we're gonna have to cut and run over here because I'm kind of late for dinner. But thank you very much to everybody who watched us today. I'm gonna check and see if there's anybody on the InfoSec Streams channel. And we have Cerberus DeadSec. They are a great cybersecurity channel, especially if you like reverse engineering stuff. And what we're going to do is we're going to raid into their channel. Please tell them that the Shy Hat sent you. Yeah, they do malware reverse engineering. But before we leave, we're going to do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Thank you very much to good chatters like Nico Lee and XDebug. Thank you very much for sticking around for my stream and for my fumbling around. But yeah, please have fun over at Cerberus DeadSec's channel, and we'll see you next time.